We are moving on with our agenda. We're at agenda item number 5. May I please hear a motion to bring agenda item number 5 to the floor?
I move to approve resolution number 2026-01 26A, a resolution of the town of Mountain View approving an employment agreement for Chief of Police Michael Nesbitt.
Second.
Sorry. And Austin, you have the floor.
Yep, so just real briefly, what this agenda item is doing is approving an employment agreement for the chief who currently does not have an employment agreement. As a part of that employment agreement, there's a severance package, which he currently does not have as well. So this, to clarify, isn't an appointment. He's already appointed. It's just an employment agreement related to his employment at the town. Any questions? Happy to answer them. If not, obviously the chief is here and he can opine on them as well. Chief and I worked on the terms of the agreement and he is agreeable to them.
Is there any council member who would like to speak first to the issues?
I have no issues.
I have an issue just with he's already worked here for 4 years, adding a 12-month severance package, trying to be fiscally responsible with our budget is going to put us over. So in here, when it says that there's no additional charge, if he does leave and we owe severance, then we'd be paying for 2 police chiefs in the same year. So that's my concern.
Council Mayor Pro Tem.
I believe that a contract for a chief of police is standard, and his severance would only go into effect if there was probable cause. Is that the right terminology? Tell me if he were to
Terminated for cause.
terminate for cause.
Yeah, so he would not be entitled to severance if he was terminated for cause or if he resigned. In all other situations, he would be entitled to severance.
And you said it was not standard. You said about 50% of income. Is what you said in 2 meetings.
Yeah, I'd say that's about right for my clients at least.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Devlin.
Could you maybe elaborate a little bit more on like what would be for cause kind of termination?
Yeah, so it's defined in the agreement under section 7B. So it's listed as 6 particular instances. So for instance, it could be fraud or misappropriation of funds, conviction of a felony, a material breach of this agreement, willful or aggressive misconduct, I'm summarizing them, chronic, repeated, or persistent failure to perform a material respect of his form under his job description, sexual harassment, criminal activity, things of those nature.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bailey.
This is really just, I mean, because it's only if you terminate him at for the winds of the politics, basically. So it's with no cause. That's the only time you're going to trigger the severance. If there's cause, we don't pay severance.
Correct.
So what I heard in the open meeting was that council directed you to bring back the contract. And there was no direction about the severance package in that open meeting. So where did you get direction to add in a year's severance to the contract?
I think I did get direction from council on the severance, but perhaps I'm misremembering.
I heard.
Okay.
I thought we did.
Yeah, I thought I did as well, but I could be misremembering.
So at what point do you think that direction?
I thought it was when council directed me to bring back an employment agreement with a severance package.
With the severance, what I thought, yeah.
So
Yeah, I thought it was Councilmember Eldine.
never before have we ever had a severance package. And don't get me wrong, this is not about the individuals. The individual is doing a good job. This is about being fiscally responsible and having a good fiduciary. Following our obligations to prioritize our fiduciary duties. So I don't want this to sound personal. It's not. It's about the process and the work before of a contract. Never before have we had a contract that I'm aware of that offers a year's severance package. And usually a severance package is used to convince a potential employee to come and work with the town. So I'm curious why, if it was directed in an open meeting, which I didn't catch that happened, why would our council want to add in a year's severance package for an employee who is already employed and is not threatening to leave? Like, how does that benefit the town? I understand that it benefits our employee, but how does that, given your fiduciary duties? Your fiduciary duty is to the town, to the well-being of the town.
Okay.
So how does that benefit the town? That's what I want to hear from our council members.
I believe that it sets a precedent for future chief of police. And as we talked about, salaries, for example, we have significantly increased our salaries because we want to gain a better pool of individuals. And at some point, we're going to need a new chief of police. And that will set a precedent and a standard for what we're trying to obtain. That we want to attract those individuals.
Mhm. Councilmember Devner?
I'm in support of this largely because I think this brings us closer to the professional municipality. Having a contract in place, having severance, those are standard municipal practices. So I think, largely, I think this is just good governance from my perspective.
Well, we just heard that they're not standard, that 50% of his clients have them, 50% don't. So it's not a standard.
Just my clients don't know about the actual research.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going out on to call it standard. We've had a chief of police in this position always, and we've never had a severance package. And if we needed to have a severance package to entice a new chief of police, if God forbid our chief Nesbitt resigns or retires and we need to hire somebody else, then at that point you use that severance package to attract a good candidate. But to disregard the fiduciary duties and say it's not like it's going, we're focusing on, we're currently freezing police pay. We froze our police pay. But we're going to give, what does that say to our officers that we're going to write in without being asked voluntarily? We're going to add in a severance package to our chief. Councilmember Randolph and then Mayor Hurt.
I believe whether it's government or business, if you have a good employee and there's something missing out of their contract, I don't believe the chief is planning on going anywhere, but you need to take care of it. I don't think that this should be an issue. He's a good chief, and I don't know what else to say. I mean, I think by saying take the severance out, it's a slap in the face to him. I think he needs to be protected as chief of police. And yes, I agree with it 100%.
Just a minute, let me make sure that everybody's had a chance to talk. Mayor Pro Tem. Does Councilmember Davis wish to see anything?
Yeah, I question whether or not we should look at maybe a 6-month package. In order to at all, because we're looking at the budget to curb expenses. But also looking at somebody who might be leaving the job. We need to look after them, but also look at the budget, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Bailey.
The budget doesn't become an issue unless we are politicking, and I feel like the politicking in this town has gotten a lot more heated in recent years, and I think that it's wise to send a message to our chief that he is about that and that this sends that message. And I think his officers would appreciate him having a severance package because they know that he's protected and that we're not just gonna fire their boss for no reason. I feel like they would feel protected as a result of that. So I think that they would be okay with it. I don't see the two as being antithetical, having paid for you and giving severance back. That doesn't line up in my mind.
He can't just be fired at whim. He has to have 4 votes and a charge in theory and all of that, so. You know,
Yeah, but if it's all people are all politically inclined, and there's something that happens, that's political. Like, that's not his fault.
so you're protecting against a hypothetical scenario. I'm having a hard time following how that would happen.
I just think that we should protect our chief. And I don't see it as being a problem.
How does it help the town?
It sends the message to our chief that he's valued. And that he's above like our policy.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I wanna first address the issue about our budget and being fiduciary responsible. There are many items that we can address that would, address our over budget or our budget issues or our budget concerns. Giving someone a contract or a severance package in the event that he is just terminated because of a change in the council is not an issue for me. I think he should be getting a severance package. If we're concerned about money, that's a completely different subject. This would only apply if we removed him without cause, right? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, was it your idea to have a 12-month severance?
It was my idea to have a severance. It was not my idea to have a 12-month, but I support that.
Where did the 12-month severance come from?
Our negotiations. Chief looked at a couple of different surrounding municipalities and said it seems like 12 months is standard. That's what I'd asked for.
But initially, Chief didn't ask for the contract at all. Council directed it.
Correct.
And council directed the severance package to be included in an open meeting.
That's my understanding, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Let's go back and look at that record, because I don't remember it. I think I would have caught it, but maybe I did, maybe I didn't.
I think we're here though. I mean, this is agendized. The council has all the leverage in the room to make whatever decision they want. So if council, didn't feel like this was an appropriate action to take before them, don't approve the agreement. If you don't think the agreement's right, change it.
Councilmember Lasher.
What if we did like 6 months for a period of time and then after 5, 10, 6, whatever years, then we went up to a year. So then we're compromising or it's not gonna put us so far under.
That's good.
Councilmember Deborah.
I guess my thoughts on that is since the original appointment was in 2023, there's already been a long history of service. So I think a 4 years severance seems appropriate from my perspective.
Councilmember Bailey.
I think the moment we hired the town administrator to have a severance package, I feel like that made it more. It makes it like on parity to have a department head who has a similar kind of contract with a similar type of severance, and he has been here for quite some time, as Councilmember Deborah pointed out. So the stepwise thing doesn't really apply in the situation where, where we discussed the town administrator contract later this evening. But it just feels like if you're gonna have one person has a severance, then all your department heads should have a severance. There shouldn't be I feel like it's like cherry picking, say, oh, well, you're worthy of a severance in your position, but you are not yours. So it's like all your department chiefs have it or nobody does. Is my opinion.
The staff report said that there was no immediate fiscal impact. And I think the most important thing that we should recognize is that putting the word immediate in front of it doesn't solve the problem. Like, there is a fiscal impact if there's a potential for a very serious fiscal impact on the town. And this is not personal. This is not about Chief Nesbitt. This is about council voluntarily adding additional terms that are, in my mind, the antithesis of your fiduciary duty to the town. You can do what you need to do, obviously, but in my mind, it goes absolutely against what your fiduciary duty is to the town.
Thank you for your thoughts.
Are there any other discussion, or are we ready to vote? Councilmember Bailey?
Just like to add also that when we appointed Chief Nesbitt, it was a very crazy time on the council and in the town. And I also think that we probably did him a disservice in not having a contract there, but I think that we were focused on other things and I think that's probably part of the reason why it ended up the way it did. And so I think that if we, had a crystal ball and, see that maybe that we should be giving him a contract, he might have done things a bit differently in the circumstances.
I think we would have just done a standard contract without a severance package. The only severance package we've ever given is to the town administrator previous to this one. And we did that because a severance package is standard for all town managers. And we were trying to try that system out and see if it worked. And so he was the first person who was going to act as a town manager in that way that we crafted it there. And so that contract really did require a severance package. But we've never had that for any other employee, and it's certainly never even been discussed to my knowledge as something that the town should do for other employees. So I'm surprised because I see this council as being very fiscally conservative. And I think this is a step that you can't back off of this. Once you do this, every single contract that you have for your town clerk, your clerk treasurer, if that's the position, your town administrator will always have a severance package, but your department heads, your public works department head, if that person ever comes, that position gets created, your chief of police will always have a severance package. And these severance packages are not small money. They're big money. And they really can come into play. They're over $100,000. They will destroy your budget if they get. Councilmember Devner.
Regarding the contract agreement, I guess this is a question for the attorney. And can this contract agreement be revisited to, change the severance timeline at any point?
Yes, it would take both parties agreeing to it.
Once you offer it to him, you can't take it back without his agreement.
Thank you.
Councilmember Randolph?
All I keep hearing is it's gonna hurt us, it's gonna hurt us, it's gonna hurt us. But it may never happen. He may be here for 5 or 6 more years, and I think that's what we need to look at. I don't think the chief is planning on going in. I'm looking at more positive, taking care of him and wanting him to be here. And not, it could cost us. There's a lot of things in the budget that could cost us. And this is it may never cost us. So I just agree with it 100%. Yeah. Change sometimes is hard.
At a full year, you're not interested in reducing it to 6 months,
No.
as Councilmember Davis suggested.
I think we should go for a vote. Are we ready? I think I agree.
Okay, everybody ready for the vote? Without objection, then, will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Algeny,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yeah.
Councilmember Devner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher. Yes. Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We are on to agenda item number 6. May I please hear a motion from our Mayor Pro Tem to bring it to the floor?
A resolution of the town of Mountain View approving the,
I move to approve.
oh, I'm sorry. I move to approve resolution number 2026-01 26B. A resolution of the town of Mountain View approving an employment agreement and confirming the job description related to Charity Campfield's appointment as the town administrator.
Second.
Okay,
Austin, you have the floor.
so this is fairly similar to the last one, based off direction from Councilmember Bailey at the last meeting to bring back an employment agreement for the town administrator on substantially the same terms as the previous town administrator. So that agreement is in the packet. It's similar to Chiefs. There's a couple of differences related to a trial period, that 3-month period where council could choose to terminate without paying a severance. And the severance in this case is a step ladder starting after that trial period, going from 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, and then after 12 months to 12-month salary. One thing to note, and thank you, Councilmember Lasher, for bringing this to my attention, as a part of council's motion tonight, I recommend that we specifically state that Campfield's current employment agreement for the town clerk be terminated. If council chooses to approve this one.
I don't see that the recording says it's recording. Can you confirm that it's recording?
It's recording.
I see it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. So that's all I had. If you have any questions, concerns? Happy to answer.
Councilmember Deborah.
Is the termination of the prior agreement, is that automatic with adopting this?
Yeah, so I recommend that we make that as a part of the motion tonight.
It's just as part of it.
Yeah.
It would be a motion to amend.
Yeah, motion to amend the motion on the floor to include termination of the current town clerk employment agreement.
So. Well, let's talk about all of them, right? Have a full discussion first. Councilmember Lasher.
I just want to speak about like transparency with the process. I was extremely surprised and disappointed at what appears to be another breakdown in our commitment to open government and our principles of the Colorado Open Meeting Law. The council voted to appoint Charity as our town administrator without her name being publicly identified prior to the vote, without a publicly discussed job description, without disclosure of compensation, benefits, or severance terms, and without a confirmation in an open meeting that she was even interested or would like to accept the position. Neither the community nor the full governing body was given the opportunity to review her resume, understand the scope of the position, or weigh in the financial and governance implications before the vote was taken. And now the position is sometimes referred to as the town administrator and now town clerk. So which one is it? To me, and more residents reached out this last week than ever have. And I just am curious with the open meeting laws, which exists, to have the, discussed openly in a meeting. And so it's just hard because residents felt like they couldn't participate if the decisions were effectively made before they reached it. So I just had some questions like, how can a candidate be selected and approved by a 5-1 vote without her name even be mentioning? Who discussed the position with Ms. Campfield before the meeting? Who offered her the position and when? How was it known in advance that an appointment had the support of a majority of council? How were salary, benefits, and severance terms negotiated without a discussion? If multiple council members were communicating individually with the town attorney or the town clerk about this position prior to the meeting, how is that consistent with our open rules requirements? Why was the mayor cut out of these discussions? Why was the community not informed that an actual appointment was happening? Instead, it was just a discussion and then it moved in. So when we hired our last town administrator, we formed a hiring committee by resolution, developed and approved a job description with the mayor and the town attorney, posted the position publicly, allowed time for applications, reviewed resumes and conducted interviews, presented finalists in open meeting, received community input, deliberated appropriately in an executive session, and then extended an offer. And he didn't take it because the council wouldn't do a year severance. There was no committee, there was no job posting, there was no interviews, there was no public vetting, there was no community input. And so I'm just very upset that like we're here. It's like, how is this not breaking open meeting laws? If all of this is done, not in an open meeting, like that's very hard for anyone to know, and you said that it was, posted properly. It was not posted properly. So it's very hard to get behind this. And it's nothing personal about Charity. It's about how are we not being transparent? And I am not the only one with questions, but being at the table and being left out of this, it's very hard to have everyone in cahoots and passing 5-1 when her name's not even mentioned. So.
I can speak to some of it. Some of it I can't speak to. I'm not aware of. As far as the agreement terms, the direction I received at the open meeting was to negotiate a deal similar to our past town administrator. So that's where we started. Then I worked with Charity one-on-one to negotiate a deal she was comfortable with and brought that deal forward to council. So as far as the terms of the employment agreement, that's sort of the mechanics of what happened there. In my view, the council at the prior meeting had, you're right, a discussion of the appointment of the town administrator, I think was how it was worded. And to me, that gives at least general notice that an appointment could be possible during that discussion item. But at the point, you're right, there's no name listed. And council chose to make a motion that night appointing Charity based off the work they've seen of her. That's the only part I can.
Can I get, how is it? I move to appoint Charity. Oh, yep, second. Okay, we're gonna vote without,
Let's
if
let other
people are
people
not
speak
talking
first,
in open meeting.
and then
Or you
come
can-
back to that point again. Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Alvin.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to you, Councilmember Lozier. When, Mr. Horn was appointed town treasurer, there was no job posting, no interview process, no candidate name disclosed on the agenda. Similarly, when Mr. Beltran was appointed as town clerk, the council exercises discretion to make the appointment without a formal recruitment process. These examples demonstrate that the council has consistently exercised its discretion in making appointments, a practice established in prior actions and supported by precedent. When the town has a highly qualified individual who is already performing administrative and operational duties, the council is well within its authority to exercise its discretion to appoint a town administrator. The approach is entirely consistent with past practice and reflects the council's responsibility to ensure continuity, accountability, and effective day-to-day operations. So we did do that for the town treasurer. We did appoint the administrator, the town clerk. So we have done that without having a posting and an interview process.
Well, I disagree with that because I feel like with the town treasurer, I remember Austin said Miles is the only one. We spoke with Lorraine. Lorraine said Miles is the only one. We talked about Nesbitt doing it. Miles was the only person who fit that job. It's not like we talked about hiring someone else.
But we did not post that position. We didn't post it on any type of website to allow interviews or candidates to
Well, because
fill in
the
an
council
application.
decided that for a treasurer position, why would we hire someone who just had that? On the,
What is different than this administrator? What is different than appointing Charity as administrator? How is that different?
well, the fact of it is different is it's a way bigger responsibility. It's a way bigger job. It's a way bigger time commitment. She's our clerk and our administrator and our treasurer now. How is that? You know, we put ourselves in that situation already one time.
We had a
And-
town
Okay,
treasurer.
let's let other council members speak so that we're not just going back and forth. Does any other council member Deborah?
Question back to the town attorney. In the last meeting, does council have the authority to make a motion to make an appointment?
Yep.
Like what we did?
Yeah, so that, I guess that was the answer to the earlier question. If per the open meetings law, it just has to give you general guidance that an action under that item might be taken. So it's pretty broad. So if you say, town administrator position, you could take almost any action related to that position under the open meetings law.
My question is just why are we not being transparent? Like you had the votes for Charity. It's not a personal thing about Charity, but it's if you had that, why would we not list it so community members don't feel like there was open meeting law violations? Like that's my concern. Why wouldn't you just post appointing a town clerk, whatever, it's discussion. Someone reached out to me before the meeting and said, what is this? I said, it's discussion. during the discussion, no, it was very broad. I re-listened to it. Everyone's like, we should hire someone with a lot of experience. We should do this. We should do that. And then it was, I moved to appoint Charity. Like, why in the meeting wasn't it, I think Charity would be great. Oh, okay, let's talk about Charity. Charity, is this something you would like? No, her name wasn't even mentioned until Kathleen or Councilmember Bailey appointed her.
I actually heard from a community member as well after we posted the agenda and before we had the meeting. And the community member said, what the heck is going on? Why are they thinking about appointing a town administrator? Didn't we just go through all of that already? Like, what's going on? And I said, don't worry. It's just a very preliminary discussion. Like, I didn't know that it was possible that anybody was going to be appointed, much less that people had already talked. Some of our council members must have already talked to Charity to see if she wanted the job. I didn't know that. I'm the administrative head of the government, and nobody cared to loop me in. Nobody cared to use the process that exists. Like, we could have easily, all you guys had to do was say, you want to have a discussion about appointing Charity, and we would have noticed it appropriately and had that discussion in an appropriate way. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, we're looking at processes. I'm gonna go back to the town treasurer, who was also appointed an interim town clerk, in which the job description, educational qualifications were changed from a bachelor's to a high school diploma in order to appoint Mr. Horn that position. So if we're talking about processes, we need to look at how we've conducted ourselves in the past. And why is it now different? Because the mayor is no longer going to be the administrator, and there is a financial change. We have someone who has been doing the budget, who is already performing administrative duties right now. She is a master town clerk who is a wealth of information, and we are fortunate to have her as the administrator, clerk, and treasurer.
Just before, I want to make sure if another council member wants to speak, let me know. Councilmember Lashley.
It's not, no offense, Mayor.
Yeah.
It's not, my issue with the situation is that Emily is not going to be the administrator. My frustration with the situation is that it's obvious open meeting laws were broken here and there was no transparency at the table. Like, that's where my frustration comes from. I agree. I think Charity's very well educated and very great, but why would we not open that up and get other candidates? Why would we not make sure she's the best?
Councilmember Randolph.
I personally think she's proved herself. She has done the budgets, she's picking up the lodging tax. She's done a lot of little miscellaneous things. If you look at her reports at the end of her packets, she has done more work in the last 4 months. How long have you been here? 5.5, and cleaned up, set policies in place, which is what this town has needed. And I just congratulate her on having that kind of knowledge and doing it. I mean, I think you can't look at someone that is that strong in her job and again, not appreciating and not rewarding.
Again, I don't think it's about not appreciating and not wanting to reward her. I think it's about the fact of having a transparent situation, like just being transparent, posting the job, getting other applications, and then choosing from there and having it transparent through the whole thing, not just putting discussion and then appointing someone without even saying her name in an open meeting.
Councilmember Davis wanted to speak.
A couple weeks back, when we had the first meeting where we all gathered here, we did talk about all this. We did talk about Charity's contribution to the table.
Is that the
Executive session. Can't talk about that. Councilmember Devon.
I guess, from my perspective, I've seen a lot of value add with having Charity in the clerk position. And my perspective last meeting was, it was brought in as a discussion that we had discussion, a motion was made and we voted. So I guess from my perspective, the discussion that we had at the table is sufficient information and you make a decision.
Had you discussed the possibility of appointing Charity prior to that meeting?
No, I mean, that was the whole point of the meeting was to have that discussion, and we had sufficient discussion, we talked about how in other smaller municipalities. Oftentimes, the position of clerk and administrator may be shared, and it seemed reasonable given our current clerk's expertise that we would appoint.
Councilmember Bailey, you had your hand up?
Yes. So, yeah, I think a lot of efficiency gains. If you would have posted something, you would have had to post it for a clerk, treasurer, administrator type role, whereas like we already have a clerk and a treasurer role and somebody who is already doing a lot of administrative work and who successfully written grant applications and had already received funds for work, like administrative work. And it made sense to me to make a motion because I don't think we have a need for a full-time administrator and a full-time clerk in our town. And I feel like it was like a lot of efficiency gains. And I also wanted to bring up something that came to my attention when Charity put in her staff report that the fiscal impact of the position is offset with the mayor's pay decreasing back to the part-time wages that we talked about when we passed the ordinance number 2025-08-18A. And we first discussed that at first reading on the 18th, and then it was put in the consent agenda on the 15th. But the wording was changed, and I wanted to ask our town attorney if he had changed the wording in that ordinance or if he had reviewed the changes before it was placed in the consent agenda.
It's the change in the language that was by amendment that Councilmember Bailey, then Mayor Pro Tem, made a motion to amend and added that language in.
I can read the change if you need a memory jog. I can tell you specifically what was added.
Can I follow up with that question to an email council and allow me some time to look into it? My recollection is that, can you read the wording?
So the first reading, it had the blanks for like the pay, because we were having a discussion of what the rates of pay should be for the mayor without a town administrator appointed and the mayor with a town administrator appointed. So section 1, the town council hereby sets the mayor's compensation as 1 blank dollar amount annually when the town administrator position is not actively filled, and 2 blank annually when the town administration position is actively filled. Pay changes shall automatically apply, starting the date to which the status of the town administrator position changes. However, the second reading in the 15th, section 1 said the town council hereby sets the mayor's compensation as $178,000 without benefits annually when the town administrator or town manager position is not actively filled in the case of a governance change, and $39,000 without benefits annually when the town administrator or town manager in the case of a governance change is actively filled. Pay changes shall automatically apply starting the date to which the status of the town administrator's or town manager's position changes. And so I didn't catch that change in wording. And I wanted to know if you had changed that wording or if you had reviewed it prior to it being placed in the consent agenda.
No, not that I recall. Just based off a quick review, I drafted the original ordinance,
Okay.
but that original ordinance did not have the conditional language that was added from first reading to second reading.
It
So
was as amended, because it was amended in the first reading.
It was amended to add the dollar amounts and to add the word town. I listened to the recording like yesterday, and it was amended to add the dollar amounts that were blank. And it was also amended to add in the phrase town manager in case we change the governance. So I specifically called out, I wanted to future proof this.
yeah, I recall.
That if we did a governance change, we wouldn't have to go back and change the ordinance again because it said administrator and not manager.
Correct. So the
It's-
idea is that it's an automatic change.
Right.
That when there's an appointment to either the town administrator or if there's a government change, the town manager.
And that was the spirit of this discussion.
Correct.
But I'm not an attorney, but I feel like when you're altering an ordinance between first and second reading in a manner that's inconsistent with council intent without attorney review, and then you're placing that revised ordinance on the consent agenda, raises some serious governmental issues and concerns. And so that's also heightened if the person who made the change, possibly the mayor, was an active candidate, there's a conflict of interest. So I asked Charity, when did the mayor become a candidate, an active candidate for mayor?
August 25th.
Okay, so then the date of the second reading was September 15th, so the mayor was a candidate at that point. How did that get changed?
How is this part of the conversation?
It's part of the
about
conversation
contract?
about like the pay difference, and that's why it came to my attention.
There's
because I
no
looked back at it.
question that the pay changes from 79,000 to 39,000 when the town administrator is.
There's no question. about
There's
that?
no question about that. Why would you think there is?
I just wanted to clarify because
I wonder
language
who
change.
talked to you about that.
I'm a
talked
person
to
who
you
can
about
read,
that.
and I've started to question a lot of things, Mayor.
I wonder. This is a good example of having conversations with staff outside of open meetings. 4 council members in an open meeting direct staff. And outside of open meetings, a single council person interacting with staff should not be moving things forward.
I'm not moving things forward. I'm bringing something that's it's a very serious issue.
Except for, is it a serious issue because you're making it a serious issue? Who has any problem with the way, like,
I just want to make sure that is my understanding, that this
it is very
correct.
clear that you made a motion to amend on the first reading. That amended document was brought back. And if you didn't want it on the consent agenda, you could have pulled it from the consent agenda.
I was elected.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to ask, may I see that? What you just tell? So from a first reading, I need to understand, from a first reading to the second reading that just went to consent agenda, the wording in case of a governance change, does that mean that in the event that we had a town administrator, the mayor could continue to get $78,000 in the event of a governance change? And okay, that's fine. Thank you for that. But why do we have, in the case of a governance change, added without us knowing about it?
It was by a motion to amend in the first reading.
And
There was a motion to amend in the first reading. And this is not what this agenda item is about. There is no question that the mayor's salary decreases when there is the language is when a town administrator fully occupies the position, actively fills the position. That language is documented. So having this come to the floor at this point during this agenda item, I don't see the relevance to the agenda.
And I would like to ask the attorney to speak on it, not the mayor.
I agree that that ordinance is an automatic change when either a town administrator is appointed or a town manager if you change your governance. That's what that ordinance should say. I think maybe going forward procedurally, I will make sure that I review those ordinances before they're put in your packet.
You would keep that ordinance before, but I could find the documentation.
Okay, I'm finding on a quick review of the meeting, but yeah.
Yeah, so it sounds like you guys ahead of time were planning to bring this up because you've already looked for it on quick review.
No, just look,
Okay.
just now.
I just find it very curious because I had no objection to that at all in an open meeting. The only conversation I had with you was with you to clarify so
Yep.
that we have a clear understanding of it.
And I
and
got the
then to have
ordinance
her
from
bring it.
Charity after.
Mhm.
That was, but
Councilmember Deborah.
I guess I just want to point out in our rules and procedures, that we're not supposed to rehash a debate outside of a meeting. The speak as one body. So at the last meeting, we appointed Charity, the town administrator. So like, if we're gonna follow our rules and procedures, that debate is over.
yep, and I think which is an employment agreement.
So we're working on the employment agreement that's in here with the contract. And there are a lot of questions because it was done backwards. Because normally you would have a conversation at the open in an open meeting about the position, you would draft the job description so that you wouldn't be coming in afterwards and having a conversation about the job description. And you would also have contract terms that you would say, this is the range of salary that we're gonna be paying for this position. You would post the position, you would interview candidates, you would all have the same information ahead of time. My responsibility as mayor is to ensure that whatever model we use complies with the charter and preserves clear accountability. And that's the lens that I'm bringing to this conversation. In my view, the Mountain View charter is set up in a way that does not envision this solution. And we are not following the charter, and the voters only in November 2024 said that they don't want a council manager form of government. And who I report to is the voters, because they just elected me in November. And so I'm very concerned that even the town administrator role is not in the charter, it's only in the code. And the title in the documents that are in our packet for the contract and the resolution follows the code. It specifically follows the code. But then the job description, the proposed job description, has a different title. It's suddenly administrator / clerk. That's a different position. That's not the town administrator. We never had a conversation about the potential for combining those two roles. We didn't have that conversation in a robust way. We talked about it in a very hypothetical, like maybe that's a potential solution. But none of us talked about it in a way that, like, let's start talking about what that would look like. And what it looks like to me is that the job description that we gave for our prior town administrator was very careful to protect the charter language and protect our need to follow the charter. We were very careful to do that in that contract. And in this job description, suddenly we're just disregarding what our actual charter says and our org chart. We have an org chart that specifically says, who do we report to? We report to the voters. And the mayor, and this is all, how does this job, if we are gonna have to redo the org chart.
Okay, we'll redo the org chart.
Well, that's going backwards. We should talk as a body about how to do.
Point of order. We are inconsistent. We allow, when it's clearly nepotism, to appoint someone, and now we're deciding that this is not right. We had a huge issue with our last administrator because there was such a convoluted line of responsibilities that no one knew who was doing what. This job description, this is really defining how we can be successful. And I don't understand why there's resistance in this.
Councilmember Lasha.
I was just gonna say, it's very hard because without the governance change, it's like, who's in charge of what? And the code I believe that the code is what we're supposed to be following, not just rules. Like, we can't just make our own administrative rules to like supersede the charter. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's like, I just want to be in the loop. I just want to work together. I just want to figure out a way to make this work. And that's all. So it's like, I just want to make a transparent, like, how are we going to move forward? Like, it's nothing against charity. It's how are we going to coexist with this charter and a town administrator, and how are we going to make it all work? Because when we had our last town administrator, no one knew what was going on, and that's why it didn't work. So these are things I wish that we could have worked out before the appointment. So,
and to speak to that point, that's really my problem. When you say you're wondering what the resistance is, it's not charity. I don't know how many more times I can say that. It's not about charity. It's about the process and about transparency and about following our charter and trying to do it on the fly and do it backwards. And suddenly it's all about, oh, this problem with nepotism and this problem with the treasurer. The treasurer appointment is really, really different from the town
It doesn't
administrator.
take away
I'm
from changing.
changing at the moment. Thank you. The treasurer appointment is really different. It's not a position that you would have posted because we didn't want to pay another person. And so that situation was specifically different. It was an appointment that was only carrying us forward so that we could follow the charter. A town manager appointment has CML publishes, the Colorado Municipal League publishes a whole book about how you should hire a town manager. And there's a whole process for it. And yes, it is standard. And we should follow that process. And if we're going to do something so dramatic that is for the first time trying to have an administrator be a clerk, we should talk about that in our own charter. Section 6.3, subsection F says the council may combine the offices of clerk and treasurer. Nowhere does it say that you may combine the offices of town administrator and clerk. We haven't had that conversation. All I am saying is follow the process and have the conversation in an open meeting and follow the chart. Mayor Pro Tem.
We didn't, okay, I'm going back to the town treasurer. We didn't want to pay someone else, is what you said. Well, we don't want to pay someone else either here. The situation is the same. I'm not seeing a difference. And we are actually saving money by having an administrator, town clerk, treasurer, rather than paying an administrator and a town clerk. And John Beltran was both. He was both, was he not?
Both the administrator and then he got the treasurer. Then he got for a time, he got the treasurer
Okay,
appointment.
so
And then
he
for a
was all
time,
three.
he was.
And then when we left, we were floundering because he was in control of everything.
I mean, that is what happened. And I know we want to, at this table, it's easy to blame the person that's not in the room, right? We have a tendency to do that, and I hope we can refrain from doing that here. My experience of that situation was that it was the reason why it didn't work is because it was counter to the charter. And we didn't work out how to work with the charter and still have an administrator. Those two things conflict. Councilmember Bailey.
I think this is the whole point of the administrative policy, the whole point of the code changes, the whole point of discussing how do we get to yes in the community on the governance change in the upcoming election. This is our town attorney's purview. This is his exact job, how to make this work. We wanted this appointment to happen, it happened. His job is how do we make this work in the best way possible moving forward? And this is the solution that he has come up with as our town attorney, which is his purview.
And his job is to make it to advise, which he says repeatedly, and not to make decisions. So he can advise me to do this, but you need my agreement. And I don't agree. The voters have said they're not ready for this. We need to include the voters. The voters in November 2024 said no to a council manager form of government. And they just elected me 2 months ago. And I'm beholden to the voters. Those are my bosses. And I need to have that conversation about combining the two roles. How do we follow the charter? How do we follow the code? Currently, the code says that the town administrator reports to the mayor on a day-to-day basis, is supervised by the mayor. And you guys are saying, oh, we're just going to pretend that section of the code doesn't exist, is what it looks like. Take the steps to remove that section from the code. Have the 2 readings on the ordinances. Give us a chance to have the organized process where we have a conversation about the job description that can actually follow the charter. Let us work through the details. Councilmember Randolph.
I'm gonna bring it up again. I keep saying the voters didn't want it. Several residents came up and spoke and said that you went around and convinced residents not to vote on it. And at the last meeting, Austin said on February 2nd, we would start a ballot workshop. So you keep saying the voters didn't want it. I'm having difficulty with trying to figure out which voters didn't want it because you convinced them, or which voters didn't want it because they didn't understand. So,
It's the nature of a campaign, is when I'm out in the community, I'm allowed to campaign.
understand that, but you're not owning that you did talk to people.
I completely
So-
own that. I'm not, there's no shame in that. I spoke to the issue at that time to the best of my ability because I did not think it was the right time for it to pass.
But I think
And I
lots of
didn't think it was
counselors-
written correctly. And I think the reason that it failed is because we didn't do the work with the community to have the conversation about what should our charter look like. It's not because what the way that we wrote that, it was Austin and me working on it together. We wrote it. And so the community didn't have a chance to give input. And I think that's important. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lasher and then Mayor Pro Tem and then Deb.
It wasn't just the mayor. I think every council member at the time was speaking against it because we had a town administrator in and we saw how it wasn't working.
Councilmember, I think I saw Debner was next and then
No, you said I was.
spoke to Mayor Pro Tem.
So in July of that year, I recall the conversation that the mayor requested that council encourage the passing of a governance change. And that we really need to go as one body to speak on the positive of the governance change. So I continued to do that, being the one body, right? Then I had a conversation with the neighbor who said, the mayor is saying something different. So I had to have that discussion, but we as a body did not have a discussion about changing the narrative from we should pursue this to it's not a good idea.
This is,
And also,
yeah,
I'm still speaking.
Yes.
Also, one of the problems is that we need to address is, yes, maybe that person wasn't the ideal person, but we have to address the environment in town hall. And the reason why we have such a high turnover is because it's a hostile work environment. And so that could also be.
that's okay. All right. Order, please. Let's stay on the topic of the contract.
Whoa.
And
What are you gonna do about it?
stop.
We need to,
Everybody, I need a officer. Order in the audience, please. Thank you. So we're going to Councilmember Debner. And then we'll go to, I think, Councilmember Bailey Henry.
So we're having a lot of discussion about governance change, but the way that I look at it, there's a resolution in front of us for an employment agreement and job description. So I guess I'd be interested in discussing and hearing from council about what we're gonna vote on.
I would like to change the agreement to the mileage from town hall, not from a different state.
I guess, can I get like a general? Well, I guess you can just make the motion, and see if it passes.
I make a motion.
Let's,
Yeah.
we've got
Sorry.
we basically need to create the motion to amend by including all the different provisions.
It sounds like there's two right now.
Right.
And then does
You
each
wanna keep
individual
that?
person say that, or does the mayor pro tem just say that?
Just whoever makes the motion to amend.
We'll have our town attorney state the motion and the mayor pro tem will say so
Okay.
when it's time.
Yes,
Does that work? So, are there other issues that you wanted to bring forward, or should I go back to other council members?
I mean, you can,
Councilmember Deb,
What was the change that you're looking to make?
Mileage would be calculated from town hall rather than her place of residence.
generally speaking, does that seem, is everybody in agreement on that? Mayor, Councilmember Bailey?
I mean, I'm okay with that as long as it doesn't make sense for her to, if the, depends on where the location is she's going. Like, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, like, make her come to town hall to go to like someplace that's closer to her house, like. You know what I mean?
I would adequately just change the calculations for the mileage reimbursement.
That makes sense.
yeah, I didn't mean she needed to like come to
Okay.
town hall to then
Make
go
sure that
back
was
to
the way you
Boulder or something. I was just saying, or like, not saying
No.
from Wyoming to,
is everybody on the same page that they are all comfortable with a $400 a month car allowance and mileage reimbursement?
But the mileage isn't for commute.
No, it's just for professional development.
I still want to just call that out. It's two separate things. That seems to me, it's an additional benefit that is a weight on the finances of the town. So I want council to consider it seriously. Councilmember Devner.
I'm in support of the $400 stipend for the commute. And I guess I'm also for the
Travel expenses, yeah.
travel expenses. And when it comes to calculating IRS reimbursement, isn't it usually based off of your place of occupation?
Yeah.
I guess I'm not, okay, that's what I thought. So normal IRS mileage reimbursement would be from town hall anyways.
Yeah.
So then there isn't necessarily a need for
I
the.
think there's a question on the IRS rules regarding work from home. So this just clarifies it.
and then,
Go ahead.
okay. Can we also add in there that we're gonna appoint a public works person to be responding since you live an hour and a half away? We spoke about that.
Would you want that as an administrative policy that's right in council or part of our employment?
I don't know. I just want to make sure
Yeah,
that.
and I have it
we-
live in an administrative policy rather than within the.
Okay.
Can we look at the contract provision at the end it's a section called miscellaneous. Yeah.
So it's on page 18 of the packet.
Thank you.
And then I just real quick while everyone's looking, I did bring this up and then you told me to say it out, and so it was in a public meeting. The town administrator of employment agreement then takes away her town clerk.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll add that to the motion to be called.
I thought that was the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The section miscellaneous and then it's on page 19 of the PDF. Letter numbered N, code applicability. All references in the code shall be to the code as amended by town council. As amended, like in the future,
Yeah, whenever.
when there is a code amendment, it applies to this, right?
Correct. Yeah.
But the current code as it exists right now applies to this.
Exactly.
Okay. And if the code is amended in a manner that materially affects the agreement, Canfield shall have the right to request. In the case of a conflict between this agreement and the code shall apply.
Right.
So that's pretty important. Right? And in our current code, I'm gonna pull up the sections of the code that I think are relevant. The town administrator position, as it's defined in the code.
Is that part of the employment agreement though? That's part of something else. That's part of the code. That's part of a different agenda item.
Did you appoint a town administrator, ask the town administrator as defined in the code? At the last meeting?
Yes.
So that section 2-03, dot or whatever, .060 defines the town administrator position. And it specifically says that may appoint a town administrator who shall be the head of the town's executive department and the chief administrative officer of the town. And then the town administrator shall be ultimately responsible to the town council, but shall be under the day-to-day control and supervision of the mayor. So your contract says the code, if there is a conflict between the contract and the code prevails. And what I see in your contract and your proposed job description has no day-to-day supervision of the mayor. So I'm trying to understand how that works, and I need more time to work through the details of how we get to where we want to be. I'm not saying we don't want to get there. I'm saying we need to work through the details more methodical. We need to take the time to figure out how to do this and have a job description that works and they don't conflict.
This is the job description in the current code. For the current code, the job description is approved by the mayor. The ordinance that the council will consider tonight takes out the job description and essentially replaces it with an administrative policy that you would also approve. So the idea here is that in the transition period, absolutely, yeah, the current code always is going to trump, always going to apply. But hopefully the idea, if we're able to get to administrative policy tonight, is that that's sort of set up and ready to go if and when that code ordinance becomes effective.
Yeah, so I need a lot more time to work through that with you. Not have it something that you talk to them about and then have to just agree to it. Like, I don't agree with it. It doesn't work in my mind. It doesn't follow the code and it doesn't follow the charter. And what it looks like we're trying to do is force it looks like we're trying to use rules and policy to get around the charter. I don't think we have a right to do that. And if there's a way to thread the needle, then I want to have those conversations. I've already started to delegate more work to charity because I can see that the council wants to manage charity more directly. I don't object to that. But I do object to us rushing it through and not being deliberate about how do we follow the charter and how do we follow the code. If you need to change the code so that then I don't have to have those kinds of conversations, change the code. But don't force me to do it without changing the code first.
The code changes are independent.
But they're not effective until there's a second reading. And so I can't agree to it. It conflicts. And right now, that's the code.
So are we still on resolution number
Yes.
6?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
This is why you take the time to, instead of trying to force it, you take the time so that we can have a more productive conversation. Councilmember Randolph.
I hear that a lot. Mayor Mitchum, take the time, don't rush. So what are you looking at as far as the time frame? Because you push stuff out months sometimes, and that would not be fair. We need to pick a date as far as when you can get this done.
I can't guarantee anything like that because I don't currently see it. I don't see it.
So
Yes,
we're still trying to pass this resolution, right? And my understanding is that whether you object or not, and the council approves, resolutions pass. We don't need the mayor's approval for a resolution.
Think there is a veto process?
That's
I
the
don't-
ordinance. That's the ordinance. It's
I
not
think
a
there-
resolution.
I think there is a veto process for a resolution in the charter that is, or the code that is not, it is a little vague because there is a process and we'll let our town attorney look this up. But I know the veto for an ordinance is very clear. And I know the veto for a resolution is not very clear. There is, however, a reference to if the mayor vetoes ordinances or resolutions. There's a phrase in there. So we'll just let the town attorney know.
Oh, where that is?
Um,
I think we can still
Yeah,
carry on.
Okay.
I mean, I think
and-
regardless, the veto doesn't come into play tonight.
right.
So council makes all of its decisions, approves, doesn't approve, changes things, that all happens. Regardless of the veto power. My understanding was that it did just relate to ordinances per the charter, but let me know the reference you're looking at. I can look into it. Regardless, we don't need to settle that tonight. I think we can keep rolling ahead.
And then I'd like
Just
to
a minute. Let me see if anything else. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd then like for you to address what is the process if there is a veto for council?
Yeah, so if there is a veto, then per the charter, council can overturn the veto by 2/3. By 2/3 vote.
Councilmember Devner, and then we'll go to Councilmember Randall.
So when it comes to job descriptions, my understanding is those could be updated down the road as well. So they can be continually changed, you know, essentially edited to reflect what's currently happening or what the current job entails. Because I know in my experience, I mean, sometimes I look at my job description, I'm like, we need an update. So from my perspective, you know, the job description as written seems sufficient for the current movement. And if we need to make changes in the future, we can certainly do that.
But I'm not approving it, and it requires my approval. I'm not approving, and it's on the record. It's not written well. It doesn't even have the same title.
It's a resolution. You
About
have to
that.
verify that you have to verify.
Yeah, so again, per the resolution in front of you, you're essentially just confirming the job description that was put in there so that we could give some assurance of like what is the frame of the agreement that you're signing on to. But ultimately, it's the mayor who decides that job description. And so essentially, I think what we're looking at is removing that from the resolution. So I would add that to the list.
And it follows the current code, which is on a day-to-day basis. I'm a supervisor still. That's the code.
Right, yep, the code.
I want that very clear to council. Because it is inappropriate for council members to individually try to manage the town manager or town administrator or but what do we want to call this position? Because that's part of my confusion. You appointed a town administrator per that provision in your code. And now it's morphed into administrator clerk. How is that okay?
Didn't we do that for John?
What?
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Didn't
No,
we
you-
do that for John?
We did not do that in the same way.
I don't
We had a
understand the
conversation
difference.
about it.
He was responsible for those duties.
We had a conversation about it and we talked about it. It wasn't just done as an aside outside of an open meeting.
I think the agenda item before you is the employment agreement. It sounds like there's gonna be 3 items that probably need to be changed. So I can give those now. Council's ready. So it sounds like you need a motion to amend to repeal the current employment agreement for charity as a part of this approval.
Just a minute.
To,
Are we done? Are you trying to wrap up discussion?
yeah, I was just asking if there's anything.
I still have
further.
another piece of this discussion.
I have one thing.
Okay, then I'll call on you. Thank you. The staff report asserts that the fiscal impact is offset by the reduction of the mayor's pay, and this is not true. So I just want it to be really clear that the amount of pay that goes down for the mayor is, if you calculate in the $400 cost for the travel amount and the change in salary for the clerk going from being a town clerk treasurer to being whatever this role is, there is a $5,000 difference annually, not including so there's more annually, costs $5,000 more annually, and that's not including the severance pay and the training costs and the transportation costs. So I just want that to be clear and on the record that it's not, there is a fiscal impact. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think
Oh, sorry, yes, Councilmember Randolph.
So you keep saying that you have no problem handing items over to charity, that you're continuing to do that. And I guess I don't understand what the pushback is, and the town has already benefited from charity being in this position, and I just feel like the town's gonna continue to benefit, and you seem to be very, very upset about it. I don't understand why.
I'm upset about the lack of hygiene in our process. That's what I'm upset about. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
May I ask Charity a question? Charity, can you talk on the mileage and the salary and what the mayor just stated?
I mean, from a budgeting standpoint, combining the 2 roles, you will no longer have 2 highly paid administrators, being the clerk and the town administrator, and paying dual sets of benefits. So there is a financial benefit to combining the two roles in upwards of a six-figure salary.
So,
Councilmember Davis.
as I understand it, when you get together with Austin, the charging is by the hour, right?
6 minute increments.
But when you get together with Terry as an administrator, she brings together all the other information, and we don't get charged, right? So that would be the point.
Again, it's not about the solution in theory. It's about the process to get there and the specifics of the solution. You've got to give me time to transition in an orderly way and to figure out how do I still supervise and how does she get all the information and how does it work? It's not as simple as you just snap your fingers. And we've been muddling through, and I think we're doing a good job. And I think we've worked together quite well all the way through. And so I am telling you, you don't need to try to keep convincing me that Charity's a good employee. She's a great employee. I see her. It's not about that. It's about the process and about following the charter.
That would be the shortest way to get to do the job in the interest of the town.
What would be the shortest?
To go to the administrator instead of going with the three.
I'm happy to work with both of them. I just want to work with both of them and not be cut out.
We also have a conflict of interest too.
I do not have a conflict of interest. My salary has already been cut.
You did before them said. You complain of being cut out of the conversation, but you had a conflict. Before we appointed you.
Councilmember Randolph.
Austin, tell me if I'm overstepping. Mayor Mitchum, you seem extremely angry, and I'm concerned that anger comes back into here. And it's, well, you shake your head, but I think we should ask people, because I think that is a concern with the loss of employees we've had.
We're considering the contract right now. There's another route for that kind of conversation. So one of my concerns is who is the treasurer? So we need to appoint the
I
treasurer.
think it's the next item, right?
Does it say,
Yeah, it's on there. It's the next item.
and can the next item be clear about Sal? Well, we'll talk about that then too. See if they're.
Yeah, I think we can make that clear here and just say, repeal the current employee agreement for Charity, and this would be the only employment agreement for all of her positions in the town.
Okay. So for the record, I do not object to professional administrative support. I do not object to involving the voters and considering the option of moving potentially to a council manager form of government. I don't object to that. I do object to creating a de facto council manager system without voter approval and trying to get around the charter. I object to approving a job description that conflicts with our charter. I object to approving an employment contract that reallocates charter authority and conflicts with the code. I object to approving a combined job that says it's the town administrator position in our code, but is an entirely different position. I object to creating a new position without taking the time to do it correctly. I object to being required to sign off on something that I don't think is lawful. I don't want to delegate authority that I explicitly don't have the right to delegate. Our charter section 5.4 specifically states I can only delegate to council members. We need to work through these problems for us to move this forward, and that's going to take some time. I object to locking the town into long-term severance obligations while we are actively working to increase revenue streams and freezing our pay for our police officers. Councilmember Devon.
I have a question for town attorney. So in the event of a conflict between a job description and the charter, which
The charter.
the higher authority, the charter. So in the event that there is a conflict in the job description, I guess what's the impact from like a legal perspective?
That the conflict would be superseded by a language in the charter, and then the employment agreement explicitly states that.
So effectively, even if there is a conflict, it like doesn't really matter because the charter trumps it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Randolph?
I have a question for you, Austin. Do you feel this was done the way that we could have done it, and it's not as difficult as Mayor Mitchum is making them? I mean, you typed all this stuff. You're the attorney.
Yeah, I think that the functions of the town administrator can and should be spelled out. It's not abnormal to have a town administrator position, even in a strong mayor system. I think that there's a way to do it where we can have the executive functions of administration still held in the mayor. And my solution to that is that the mayor is the one who ultimately approves the administrative policy related to charity's duties. And so that's administrative executive function. That's to me what the charter is stating.
And if she doesn't approve it?
That's her authority.
And then that would be a veto?
No.
Okay.
So the only way you can change, in my view, the way that the mayor's executive authority is asserted is through charter amendment.
Okay. Thank
But I do believe that the setup within this agenda, and it was very intentional to set it up in this way, was to thread that needle. It was to, according to Councilor Bailey's previous motion, to give as much authority to the town administrator while still retaining executive functions with the mayor.
Councilmember Bailey?
And to be clear, the reason why we went down this path is because we had some problems with the role definitions between the two positions, which is why you wrote that memo that you shared with council.
Correct.
And which is why you came up with this solution.
Correct.
The devil's in the detail. That's what, that is the crux of what I'm saying. Is that I'm not gonna just agree to this like mishmash. It feels like a mishmash. The job title isn't even the same. And we've got to get to some agreement and have a real conversation about what does this position look like? And we've got to be detailed and specific about it so that we can work together and we have all of that clarity. And just saying, here's a list of things doesn't create the clarity. Having the conversation and working through it in detail, not rushing it, is what creates the clarity. Are there other questions or are we ready to vote or make a motion?
Yeah, there was talk about removing the job description with this. I guess what's the impact legally and the intent behind that?
It would, so it always needs to be approved by the mayor for the current code. The idea was that we get it in writing here, mayor would sign on and we'd have that certainty. That didn't happen. So we'll remove it from the employment agreement. She can still approve it separately as accordance with the code. In the meantime, charity will fulfill the obligations as given by the mayor. Yep. So if we're ready, I can give you sort of the 3 amendments I had. So it sounds like we need a motion to amend the motion on the floor to 1, repeal the current employee agreement for Ms. Campfield, so that this employment agreement is the only one she will have active for all positions in the town. To calculate mileage reimbursement for IRS purposes from the town hall rather than her place of residence. And 3, to remove references and attachment related to the job description.
I have to read all of that.
So moved.
So move.
And then we'll be
Have a second?
Second.
Will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Alvin,
I know.
yes. Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
No.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. Thank you. We are on to agenda item number 7. Should we take a break?
Oh, what's the hour? We have to pick the.
It is 8:37.
9:30. Or no,
9:30. Yeah, is the 3-hour mark.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I on the right agenda item? Agenda item number 7, yes.
yes, good point.
May I hear a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve resolution number 2025-12-15A, a resolution of the town of Mountain View, Colorado, appointing Charity Campbell as the town clerk and town treasurer.
Second.
I think, Austin, you have the floor for this.
Yep, just real briefly. So per the town charter, these positions must be filled. And so this would make, Ms. Cantfield, the town clerk and town treasurer, to perform those obligations under the charter and code.
So for clarity, it sounds like she's got 2 titles, 2 different titles. Can we be clear about that?
It would really be 3. She'd be actively the town clerk, the town treasurer, and the administrator.
Although we combined the town clerk and treasurer. So her title was combined as town clerk / treasurer.
Right.
So we just have it be 2, town clerk / treasurer, and then town administrator.
Yeah.
Because they play different roles, and we haven't defined the job of the combined position. That's one of my biggest objections. Is that we appointed the town administrator, and then suddenly it morphed into administrator / clerk.
I object now. I think that it should be town clerk, treasurer, and administrator.
But that's not how this resolution is written.
Isn't it? Because she's already appointed town administrator. That happened at the last meeting. So we're not changing that here. And this is saying she's reappointed as the town clerk treasurer for the town of Mountain View.
So it's just 2 different job descriptions, 2 different, titles.
No,
There's
it's one title.
It's one title. She's already got the town administrator. Now we're appointing her as the clerk and then the treasurer.
So how do those 2 get combined?
Flash.
Not sure I'm following. I think the town administrator position lives under the appointment that was made at the prior meeting. All of her appointments live under the employment agreement that was just passed. Her duties and roles are different for each, depending on the code, charter, and any policies approved. If you wanted to come up with a different name to characterize all 3, we could talk about that, but it might be confusing for code purposes.
So I think we're in agreement, but I think we don't have a clear understanding at the table. That's what I'm concerned about. So what I'm hearing Councilmember Bailey and Mayor Pro Tem say is that you're thinking of it as one role
Yes,
and with one title. And what I think I'm hearing you say is there's town administrator and then there's town clerk / treasurer. Is that accurate?
may we have him explain rather than you?
I'm asking him actually, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I mean, I think all 3 positions have separate duties and obligations in the town charter and the town code. So you're having one person fill each one of those duties and obligations in all 3 of those positions. I might not be following totally what
It's just semantics, like the
Okay.
clerk, treasurer, administrator.
That's what we
Right.
wanted
It's
to do.
3 separate positions. It's one person.
Correct. And this resolution is just related to the clerk and treasurer. We've already done the administrator.
Councilmember Devner?
Yeah, I guess I don't really have any confusion about that. I mean, this would just carry over from like
Correct.
December.
Right.
Okay.
So I think, I mean, yeah, December, I don't know how much discussion there is about this.
Okay,
So if we were to say Charity Campbell, it'd be like town administrator / town clerk / town treasurer is why it's //.
Right.
That's what I love.
Correct.
okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Again, I just want to bring up how if we have one person doing all of these jobs and then they leave, what's gonna happen for the town?
Councilmember Randolph?
Can there be some kind of a handbook, or you do ABCD, that's what I had and when I did HR and accounting, and
I think
somebody could step in and take the book and figure out the job.
It just seems like every time we've had a town administrator, new clerk, we've asked them to do that, and then everyone that steps in says how bad of a job they did, and then change everything. So I think that that's the hard part, is it's not, is that.
I think it would
you
be
agree?
responsible for me in this position to be cognizant of succession planning and mentorship
Mhm.
and taking the staff that I currently have and helping them educate their roles beyond just their day-to-day, but also, hey, do you want to come learn? Do you want to come see this job task? So that way, if there is transition, you have people currently in place that could fill in certain duties and not leave the town hanging. And that would be pretty much a job function for any responsible administrator or clerk.
Sounds great.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Devner?
I guess I share those same concerns. And, I do agree succession planning is like critical. I mean, really for any responsible professional. So I guess I'm, as a council member, I'm really in support of that. What that looks like. I think that'd be very wise to consider. Especially like consolidating functions in the interest of cost savings and to take advantage of expertise that we could.
I think it doesn't sound like we have much more discussion, then will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Alvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Dedner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher. Yes. Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now have the swearing in of the town clerk
With the swearing in administrator too.
and the administrator, which I'm still struggling with. Could you swear her in?
No, I can't.
No.
Can't be the attorney. I think it has to be you. It has to be the mayor's. I can double check.
It feels the town administrator role, the way that it's been done at the moment,
I can swear her in.
Probably,
that's a good idea.
yeah,
It just-
you should be able to, because you can perform all functions of the mayor. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I, Charity Countfield,
I'm Charity Campfield.
solemnly affirm
Solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
and the state of Colorado
and the state of Colorado
and the charter and ordinances of the town of Mountain View,
and the charter and ordinances of the town of Mountain View.
and shall faithfully perform to the best of my abilities
Shall faithfully perform to the best of my abilities
the duties of the office of town clerk treasurer,
the duties of the office of town clerk treasurer,
upon which position I'm about to enter.
on which position I'm about.
Congratulations. I, Charity Campfield,
I, Charity Campfield,
do solemnly affirm
solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
and of the state of Colorado
and of the state of Colorado
and the charter and ordinances of the town of Mountain View,
and the charter and ordinances of the town of Mountain View,
and shall faithfully perform to the best of my abilities
shall faithfully perform to the best of my abilities
the duties of the office of town administrator,
the office of town administrator,
upon which position I'm about to enter.
on which position I'm about. Thank you very much. We are at our public comment period. Do we have a sign up sheet? Yes. And we will be calling on people in the room first, and then if you have signed up, if you're participating remotely, please use the chat to put the information in there, and the clerk will call your name and send you an invitation to be a panelist in order to turn your camera on. So just to be prepared for that for remote participants. And again, as usual, although you won't get a response from us in this meeting, someone will follow up with you after the meeting if you have a specific question that requires a response. Please limit your speaking time to 3 minutes, and our clerk will be keeping time of people. Ms. Campbell, you can go ahead and call on anybody who signed up.
Melinda Plennell.
Thank you. Going to stand at our
Speak loudly so people participating remotely can hear.
There's been a lot going on tonight's meeting, and there's a couple things that I found to be really, really interesting. One of them was the process that you keep bringing up. There should be a consistent process all the time. We know the treasurer was shoved in because you wanted him in there. There was no interview, there was no job description, there was nothing. You can say it's different. I call BS on that. Because if you're gonna follow processes, if you're gonna be one body, then follow the processes all the time. Also, I'm really happy, Charity, congratulations. I think this is gonna be a huge benefit to the town. It has been very obvious that you, as the town administrator, has not been a benefit to the community whatsoever. We can look back at just the attorney fees and see how much money you spend with the questions you must have. We went from in 2001 or 2021, from $2,500 for an attorney fees per month to roughly around 5,000 up to 9,000 per month. That has since you've been in office. So you want to be fiscally responsible. Start there, take the credit card away from the mayor. I think that would help.
Thank you for your comment.
Laura Dennis.
That's okay. You say something? Your time is starting. Oh my God.
Hey, one more time, I'll ask you to leave. One more time.
Right now, I'm probably disrespectful.
It's not, it's that.
Okay. I'm commenting tonight because there's a pattern that's becoming impossible to ignore. The current council came into office with loud accusations of secrecy, fiscal irresponsibility, OML violations, and claims that the prior council, which was me, refused to listen. And yet no proof has ever been provided that the prior council itself actually did any of those things. Not once, no findings, just accusations repeated until they became accepted narratives. What continues to be ignored is that there were plenty of opportunities for community members to get involved in the process. Countless public forums were held. Meetings have always been open. Surveys were distributed, and before my departure, I established the engagement committee. Participation was always possible. The reality is that most people simply did not show up. That was never evidence of exclusion. It was a lack of engagement. Now that a new council holds power, the irony is hard to miss. The appointment of the mayor pro tem occurred with no open discussion in a public meeting, no explanation, no deliberation. This is especially concerning given how passionate the previous pro tem was without that role. A significant leadership change like that should never happen without transparent public discussion. Then there's the appointment of the town administrator. This role was filled without a job description, proven qualifications, and once again, without a transparent selection process. The voters clearly expressed that day-to-day operations of our town should be managed by the mayor, someone who is present, accountable, and invested in our community. Turning this around demonstrates that the council does not concern themselves with the will of the voters. Council also voiced concern over costs, pointing to the Gazette's $500 monthly fee as excessive, yet they waste thousands of dollars in legal fees and created an administrator position with a boosted salary. It's not about the money. It's an attempt to limit free speech and control their own narrative. With all of this shows is that this was never about transparency, residents being unheard, or efficient governance, because when the opportunity came to do differently, you abandoned the very standards you once loudly advocated for. Values are not campaign tools to be used against opponents as part of one's power is security. And I want to remind you that you were elected to represent all of Mountain View, not just your close circle of friends. And it's extremely hypocritical for those of you who once protested government overreach to now engage in the very conduct you claim to oppose.
Thank you for your comment.
Jody Dosh.
Jody Dosh. All I wanted to do is, I'm wondering why we are having this meeting here in this crowded condition and not at the church where we've been for last year.
Thank you. I'll follow up with you after the meeting.
Okay. Jeff Kitty. Yeah, the lead. And he asked somebody to read him. What to speak. For honestness. I'm not a resident. I'm not Jeff Kitty, but I'm in his place. I'm just gonna read what he gave to somebody. I'm Jeff Kitty and I live in Mountain View. I have a serious concern about ethics and consistent enforcement of the town's code. I'm requesting 3 separate responses to my public comment tonight from the mayor, the town clerk, and the attorney. On October 30th, 2025, I, along with Mountain View residents Kathleen Hancock and Nancy Bucci, were served with a notice that a complaint had been filed with the town's clerk office pursuant to the Fair Campaign Practices Act, C.R.S. 1-45-111.7, and the Town of Mountain View Municipal Code. I do not have specifics regarding Ms. Hancock or Ms. Bucci's complaints, although the 3 of us were charged collectively and all 3 of us had to go to court with the election judge, election judge. So I'm imagining the complaints were similar. The complaint alleged a potential violation of campaign finance disclosure requirements related to the unregistered committee, failure to report an expenditure, failure to report contribution, prohibited contribution, missing or improper disclaimer, and illegal disclosure of privileged information. While Ms. Hancock, Ms. Bucci, and I were all found innocent of all of the issues brought forward in the complaint, something else happened at that hearing, which is truly concerning. During the court hearing, the complainant, Brett Metz, that's not the way you say that, sorry. Brett Metz disclosed that he had received confidential information from the mayor. I encourage other people here tonight to request a copy of the transcript and follow up as needed. About 3 weeks ago, I noticed that one of the mayor's campaign signs was still standing on a property owned by Brett Metz. I was told that the town's court enforcement officer, who is also the mayor, never issued an initial warning to the property owner about the sign, and as such, the complaint had no validity. Of course, beyond the farce that the mayor, acting as the code enforcement officer, didn't remove her sign from Mr. Metz's property, and that not issuing a citation, there is no campaign violation. Beyond that farce is more disturbing issue of selective enforcement of rules. I mentioned I want responses from the town, specifically mayor and code enforcement officer. Why other court enforcement issues are you missing? What other court enforcements are you missing? Town clerk, when you receive a complaint regarding fair campaign laws, what are the factors you can consider when you decide to call a hearing? Also, what factors led to conduct a hearing with the October 30th hearing referenced above? Attorney, if there is evidence of selective enforcement, what liability does that create for the town?
Thank you for your comment.
It's not my comment. It's Jeff Kitty's, but I do agree with all of it.
Nancy Bucci.
I would like to congratulate Miss Charity Campbell. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brian Carney.
Well, I wanted to address a couple of things that were brought up tonight. One was a lot about the town administrator and about the people who voted on it. Well, as a voter, I can tell you that my vote was definitely changed due to personal texts and the letter that was sent out by the mayor discouraging voters. And can't imagine if it changed mine and my wife's vote that it didn't change numerous other people's votes. The question of transparency has come up a lot today as well, too. I've been asking for months now the same question. Who passes on information to one of our council members telling them to Cora certain residents' interactions with the neighbors? Seems like a fairly simple question. She was allowed to publish in the town agenda a letter professing how sincere she was about the concern for my well-being, that she just had to reach out and let other people know, yet she still will not disclose who told her to Cora the information to begin with. So it seems simple to me. Other than that, my girls said they would love a community garden.
Thank you for your comment.
Would anyone like to speak online? Raise your hand.
Can you invite her to be a panelist so she can have her camera on? I think she's opening.
Oh. That's good for fraud.
Oh,
So is that, can you hear me? Oh, I see the video. Sorry about that.
Can you, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you
Thanks
say
for your
name
patience.
And whether or not you're a resident of the town before you speak.
Yeah, Maureen Hodgins. I'm a resident at 4120 Depew Street. And so I submitted a letter and this is my first town meeting. So I thought, why don't I just say what I had in the letter? So I want to say to the town of Mountain View Council and staff and the mayor, thank you, and to Austin as well. Thank you all for your efforts to support the community. I've been reviewing the town of Mountain View meeting materials, and I see that you're working on a lot of issues. I'm writing to express my support for modernizing the Mountain View development standards with the ongoing Mountain View Code and Character Project. And I hope you make this project a priority and if possible, complete it earlier than October 19th, 2026. I'm concerned that the current codes are outdated and allow less expensive houses to be scraped and replaced with large homes, which would impact the sunlight and privacy in neighboring backyards. In the last 12 months, 6 Mountain View houses have been sold in the range of $335,000 to $447,000. And I'm guessing that these would be prime sites for redevelopment. And I live next to one of those lots that did sell. So for ongoing and future redevelopment plans, I hope you point out to the developers that the town is working to modernize our outdated codes and would love it if they could consider the town's concerns to date and try to include recommendations from the town and from the Fairfield and Woods recommendations in the plan's suggestions to reduce impact to neighbors' privacy and backyard sunlight. I also wanted to thank the town for getting the consulting work from Fairfield and Woods from their analysis in June, their November 2025 town survey results, and from their November 2025 presentation. I appreciate that the town has a website about the Mountain View Code and Character Project, but I found it a little bit hard to find under the town clerk right now. And I thought it might be easier for residents to find that information and other ongoing programs under a more prominent webpage called something like Town of Mountain View Program Updates or News. From what I've seen from the town attorney, I was supporting him being hired to conduct the next phase of work with the workshops because he seems to have the resume and the experience for this part of the work of writing the codes and engaging the community and understands the town issues. And I also want to ask the attorney.
Time.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Maureen.
Would anyone else online like to speak?
Yeah, it's so big.
Yeah.
There we go.
No one else online has asked to speak.
If anybody else online would like to speak, just raise your hand and the clerk will call on you. She's. Okay. It is 9 o'clock. Should we take a short break, a 10-minute break, and then come back? Okay, so we're gonna take a break at 9 o'clock. We'll come back at 9 to 10. Right, oh, so long. Well, probably just really bad. I was sitting there. Okay, listen, I feel it going down. Huh? Yeah, I just stayed there. No, it's still outside. This goes along. I think we have. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay. I'll be there for the record. You're coming back to order at 9:10 PM from our break. And for the record, we have two council members who are away from the table, Councilmember Bailey and Councilmember Randolph. We have agenda item number 10 up. May I please hear a motion from our Mayor Pro Tem to bring it to the floor?
I move to approve second reading of ordinance number 2025-12-15A, a second reading of an ordinance of the town of Mountain View granting a franchise to Public Service Company of Colorado the right to use the streets within the town to furnish, sell, transmit, transport, and distribute gas and electricity to the town and to all residents of the town, the right to acquire, construct, install, locate, maintain, operate, and extend into, within, and through the town all facilities reasonably necessary to furnish, sell, transmit, transport, and distribute gas and electricity within and through the town, and the right to provide street lighting service to the town and fixing the terms and conditions thereof.
Second.
And for the record, Councilmember Bailey returned at 9:11. Austin, you have the floor.
All right, so this is our third time talking about this one, so I'll be very brief. It's just a second reading related to the PSCO, which is Excel's parent company franchise agreement to distribute natural gas and electricity in the town.
And we do have in attendance with us, attending remotely, Tyler Bryant from Excel Energy. If he has anything to say, he could raise his hand and we would allow him to talk. But no pressure. Okay, we'll continue on. Any council discussion? Councilmember Randolph is returning to the floor for the record or to the table at 9:12 PM. So if there's no discussion, then we can have the clerk please call the roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Albini.
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Debner.
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher.
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We're moving on to agenda item number 11. May I please hear a motion to bring it to the floor?
I move to approve resolution number 2026-01-12B, a resolution of the town of Mountain View executing a cybersecurity insurance policy with Coalition Insurance Solutions.
And our town clerk. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Second.
Thank you. Our town clerk, treasurer, administrator has the floor.
This is the item from January 12th. We are going to have a lapse in cybersecurity insurance if we don't have this. I had reached out to the C.R.S. I don't have a quote back, but I was informed that a lot of their supplemental insurances are more expensive than private. So my recommendation would be to approve this. And then if the town wants to look at a different insurance policy, we could do that at the end of the fiscal year when budget's.
I actually approved the 30-day extension for this so that we don't have a lapse.
Okay.
You were on John Beltran was still on the email, so I was thinking that you were seeing those. So you're getting those emails, right? Just if we're not, let's follow up to make sure that you get those. The carrier is brought to us from a broker, basically. So I have a little bit more information because I spoke with Wilson from BENTON. And he said that it's actually expiring today. So we had to, that's why I had to approve it before coming back to council. at this meeting. The premium is only a couple $100 to approve the extension of 30 days so that it doesn't, so we don't have a lapse in coverage. It's not an extensive amount of money to get us through. And he's welcome to come and speak with council at the next meeting, so we could put him on the agenda if council would like to hear how the process works. He said the reason the rates went down is that he acts as a broker and it's a competitive bidding process. So he got other people to bid on taking care of this insurance for the town, and that created people who were competitively bidding for it. And they could see that it was, it was still worth it for them. So that explains that, but he's welcome, he's happy to come speak to you guys at the next meeting. And, we should be careful not to put the cybersecurity materials in. I think there was some sensitive stuff that we should be careful not to put in there. I was worried about that, but I think let's try not to speak to those issues at the table, just not that. Other questions or comments?
Are we gonna fix those issues?
I think we just won't put it in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's part of what the insurance covers. So it would be good if we could go ahead and approve this, which then would take, if you want, then we would just automatically after the extension, after the 30-day, he wouldn't do a shorter extension, it's a 30-day extension. Then the effective date for this would just be changed, for the next renewal period. And he wouldn't come back to speak to you. Or you can continue it and he could come back to speak to you and have it back on the floor again. Mayor Pro Tem?
You said for the extension, it was a couple $100. Is that $200?
I don't have the exact numbers,
Okay.
but he reassured me that it was under 500. But
And I'm sorry, again, not sure how to.
Miss
Ms.
Canfield's probably the easiest.
You stated that if we wanted to in the future look for something that was more cost effective, we could do that. And the beginning of the fiscal year.
So if you want to change these types of things, the best time to do it is to have those conversations towards the end of the year while they're doing their budget process. Because that's when renewal conversations usually happen with our insurance carriers because it's usually January renewal time. So to do it more methodically moving forward, it should start in the budget talks.
Okay. Thank you.
How is council feeling about whether or not you would like to have him come and speak to you about cybersecurity insurance and share his process for getting this, to this price point and how it, Councilmember Randolph, how it works?
I think we have so much to get done, but I'm not really interested. I can Google cyber security on the computer and probably learn just as much.
And the material in your
You
packet.
second that?
Councilmember Devner?
Yeah, I would also agree. I think our time would better be spent talking about the non-viewed total character project. Not necessarily who I would be interested if, there are risks in cybersecurity that information would be shared with council. I don't know if that would be possible, just so we're aware of the risks of the institution.
So it sounds like you're interested in approving it now and having it just take effect at the 30 days, after the 30-day extension expires. Correct. And not hearing more. Okay. Everybody generally. Well, we could probably have the clerk. It's a resolution, so we could just do all in favor, say yes.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion passes. Thank you. May I please hear a motion from our Mayor Pro Tem to bring agenda item number 12 to the floor?
I move to approve ordinance number 2026-01-26A. An ordinance of the town of Mountain View amending Article 3 of Chapter 2 of the Mountain View Municipal Code regarding the town administrator.
And a second. Second. Our town attorney has the floor.
So as always, I try to, if I have the time, go up a level higher in the code to clean up other sections that might relate to this one. So I did that here. So I cleaned up sort of all of that Article 3, and that's what you're seeing there. I consolidated a lot of duplicative provisions and just clarified the language throughout. But the big substantive changes are related, obviously, to the town administrator. And I think most relevantly is two provisions I would call out. And one is that this states that the town administrator is responsible for all duties and responsibilities of the mayor established in the code. I wanted to briefly talk to that because it might sound bigger than it is. So in the code right now, the mayor has specific authorizations related to the following: appointing and authorizing a town employee to inspect any property for the existence of a nuisance. So in this case, if approved this current language, the town administrator would be the one who would be responsible for that duty. Authorize the removal of any landscaping that creates a hazardous condition. Again, if this language is approved, the town administrator would be the one to fulfill that duty. And then a handful of additional responsibilities in your Title 16, which is your zoning. And because that chapter is, or that title is going to be rewritten as part of the MVCC project, I don't know how much detail you want me to go into them now. I will just state like my preference is that probably all of these things would likely change through that process. So I envision that the two code references that are likely to be transferred to the town administrator would be the two I just mentioned related to nuisances and landscaping. The other substantive point I would flag is in subsection E in 2320 that says the town administrator's administrative functions shall be further specified in an administrative policy approved by the mayor. So we talked about this quite a lot tonight. To me, that's how you thread the needle. That the mayor is still the executive director of the administration of the town. And she can approve a policy saying, yep, town council approved this person, and I am giving these duties to this person and these responsibilities. And here's how I interact with that person. So that's how I envision that administrative policy document to function. And I think it would require the mayor's approval. And we have a draft of that in the packet for council's consideration. But just to be clear, that would be a decision still held by the mayor, not a decision that I don't think town council can usurp. The last little piece I would mention is subsection F, and this relates to the charter language, and aligning this town administrator position a little bit with those charter intent, I think, and allowing the same person to fulfill the offices of clerk, treasurer, and administrator, just stating that directly. So those are the big provisions that I would call out, but happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a question under subsection A, where it states upon the recommendation of the mayor, the town council may appoint a town administrator.
Yep.
If the mayor doesn't make a recommendation, can council still appoint?
Yeah, it's a good question. So this language changed from, I think right now it says like upon the advice and input of the mayor. And so I wanted to more clearly state what the recommendation of the mayor is. In my view, it is a condition precedent, so you would need some sort of recommendation from the mayor to continue.
Okay.
But I think that recommendation could come in any flavor.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? Okay.
The language is written as if there will always be a town administrator. And always in the past, the way that we worked the language in the code is to say the mayor, or if there's a town administrator, the town administrator. Why did you do this differently?
Yeah, so I think that's what I'm trying to get at subsection D, and we can definitely reword it however you like. That was me sort of rephrasing what was currently in there, saying that the town administrator shall be responsible for the duties of the mayor, but the mayor shall retain all duties specified in the town charter. We could put only when the position is filled. To me, it was sort of like this isn't a required position to be filled. So when it is filled, it automatically has these things. But I'm fine adding additional language that
I would recommend that because of the easy payoffs that ensues from trying to have town code get around the charter, that you be as explicit as possible here. That it include the possibility that there is not a town administrator exclusively.
yeah, we could easily add that even to subsection A is probably where I put it, and I probably just state the following responsibilities and duties only apply when the town administrator position is filled at all of the times the mayor assumes. Yeah.
Yeah, President.
Could you please break that down for me into simpler?
Yeah, so essentially this position, unlike the position of town clerk, for instance, or your town attorney, is not a charter created position. And so it can be filled, but it doesn't have to be. It's voluntary. It's filled when council decides to fill it, which they can do at their own discretion, as we learned. And so the way it's drafted here is that when it is filled, they assume all of the duties and responsibilities essentially given to them by council, and then all of the responsibilities and duties of the mayor within the code, which as I looked, there are actually very few. And the mayor still retains all of her executive control. In my view, that subsection E is saying, but how, like, that makes sense when you just say it, but not when you practice it. So to me, that subsection E is filling in that practice gap of like, what does this actually look like in practice? I think it has to all be written down. My suggestion was an administrative policy that specifically states who is responsible for what the mayor is, going to be a like reviewer on, can't think of the right word, and what is going to be completely within the domain of the town administrator.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Devlin?
Yeah, I guess, really largely in support of that administrative policy, just defining who does what is going to serve our town well into the future. So establishing that policy, would just serve us very well. So. And I do think that adding the clarifying statement to that section, that if filled, will just make it more clear. So I guess I'm going to support that.
Yeah, I can read out some track language.
Okay. Yeah, just for the record, again, I'm gonna have to slow this down to get to the place where, there is clarity. And so this is the first step in that. And it gets us a little further along. But right now, the current code prevails.
So I can add or state the language if we want to do a motion to amend.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the motion to amend would add an additional sentence to section 2320A of the proposed ordinance, stating that the following duties shall only apply when the town administrator position is filled.
I so move.
So Councilmember Devner so moved. Second. And a second. Will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Alves.
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Devner.
Yes.
Councilmember Lashner.
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes. We are almost at 9:30. Do you have the rule about continuing the meeting past 9:30, Andy?
I think we actually took it out when we did the rules last time.
Did we? Okay. Because the old one said it had to be a unanimous vote. I came across that somewhere in all of this research.
Yeah, I think that was 2 rules ago, and we
Okay,
took it
so
out the end of
that-
last year. Yeah.
Right. So I think I just need a motion and a second to keep going.
Right.
Second.
All in favor say yes.
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 All opposed say no. We'll continue on fascinating. So may I please hear a motion to bring agenda item number 13 to the floor?
I move to approve resolution number 2026-01, 26C, a resolution of the town of Mountain View approving an administrative policy related to the administrative functions of the town administrator and mayor.
Second.
And our town attorney has the floor.
Great. So I might rely on our town administrator for some help here. But this policy, as we've stated throughout the meeting, will flesh out the different roles and responsibilities of the town administrator. And I just want to be super clear that what the council is doing here is recommending approval. And it would be the mayor who ultimately approves it. This would be an administrative policy. And so I've set up how I do my administrative policies down below. And so to track all the changes, you basically just fill on that table as you go and as policy changes are not made. So that's my suggestion, to be able to track and have some sort of easy transparency of like, this changed at this date, this changed at that date. As far as the actual responsibilities themselves, did you want to touch on anything?
I think it just clearly defines administrative duties that would take over the administrative piece versus the mayoral ceremonial. So, day-to-day duties that currently are ambiguous, would just have a clear role.
Nice. Go ahead, Mayor.
I'm in support of that. If we need to have clear guidelines and to eliminate confusion and hold you accountable, having those separation of duties is the crucial. We can't, if it's blurred, there is no accountability, right? There is no reporting structure. We need to be able to say, these are clearly defined and these are our expectations.
Councilmember Bailey, did you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to question about some of the duties in here. I thought that some were missing possibly. There's a piece about community engagement, and I feel like it should be a town administrator responsibility to share the packet with residents who requested it. And also, I had a question about like sort of like communications under that same umbrella of community engagement in terms of like, you know, the Gazette. We've kind of talked about moving away from that, and I know that we were supposed to be kind of hearing about the contract on that. I don't know when that contract ends, and I just wanted to ask that too. You talked about that. Yeah. And that the administrator said if we decide to carry on with that, which I believe was already decided as a body to move away from, then the town administration should have that purview, or if we decided to move in the way of like a community newsletter, that should be also another purview of the administrator.
Let's make sure that we put that on the agenda for the next meeting, the Gazette conversation. So that then, because we do have more information, but it just didn't make it onto this agenda.
So if you wanted to add those things, Councilor Bailey, you could do a motion to amend adding those 2 items under that.
But to be clear, like what's really gonna have to happen here is I'm gonna rewrite this whole thing and bring it back to you and say, this is what I can see approve. Right? Because this is my decision and this doesn't reflect what I think is possible. So under our current charter. So just for it, let's take the council staff report, section number 2. The town currently operates under a mayor-council form of government set forth in the charter, in which the mayor is the elected chief executive and administrative leader. But simply by appointing the town administrator, then it says that on January 12th, that changed. Basically, it says with this appointment being made, the administrator has become the appointed chief administrative officer responsible for day-to-day operations.
Where are you?
That's in the staff report
Oh. Okay.
on
sorry.
page
I thought you had
114.
that full thing.
And in our charter references, the charter very specifically says that the mayor is the recognized head of the town government for all legal and ceremonial purposes. And the mayor shall also oversee the administrative functions of the town, and so shall make such recommendations to the council concerning personnel and procedures and policy to ensure the efficient administration of the town. And then later on, it says under section 5.4, delegation of duties, that I may by resolution delegate to various members of the council any of the powers and duties enumerated, except for my legislative responsibilities. So it doesn't say I can delegate to staff. And then in section 5.5, it says all departments of the town, except as otherwise provided in this charter, shall be under the supervision and control of the mayor. So we're just going to have to talk more for me to understand how we can use an administrative policy to change the mayor to a ceremonial mayor. I don't see it. We're going to have to talk about it. I just don't see it. And so talking about this in detail at this point, I don't see how it makes sense in terms of our time tonight. I'm not gonna approve this version. It doesn't coexist with the charter from my perspective. And that is not about personalities. It's not about personnel. It's about procedure, process, and charter.
And this is,
Devner.
I guess, from my perspective, I mean, I could certainly see the need for your input to kind of delineate that. But in my mind, it looks like we're just defining in a written policy who does what. And I think that's the critical part from my perspective. So I guess the question is, if we pass this policy with this draft as written, does that allow for additional edits? Like, is it kind of a two-step process where council will approve this so that way there's a policy in place and then it comes back for edits or revisions?
And the only way the policy goes into place if the mayor approves it.
And is there a reason that everyone didn't work together, or like, did we work together? Like, I'm just confused on.
No, we didn't work together. We worked together, and I
Is
guess
there a
the
reason
direction-
everyone didn't work together? So then we could have been on the same page, or?
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, I have been very clearly experiencing that our town clerk and town attorney have been put in a position that is untenable. It looks to me like they're having to interact with council outside of an open meeting and to have a better understanding of what's happening, and that they've been explicitly told not to communicate with me. That's what it looks like to me. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe it is. I don't know. But that's what it looks like to me, because there has been a change from how they used to work with me, especially Austin, to how he's working with me now. He is not sharing as much information. And so I felt like I was pulling teeth. I was trying to be engaged in this work, and they were taking their direction very explicitly from council and not from me anymore. And so I just said, I know that the workload that they have on their plates right now is extensive. And I could see that my effort to engage with them was making it more stressful for them. And so what I said is, I just knew that they felt an obligation to the council to move this forward, regardless of whether or not I agree. And so I just said, well, why don't I get out of the way and see what it looks like?
So can I ask another question really quick? And maybe that's wrong. I don't know. I know nothing. If you're taking advice from council, shouldn't you be doing it in an open meeting, taking it from the whole body, not just individual? And then if individual council members are emailing you, shouldn't you be emailing the whole council so everyone's on the same page?
let our town attorney respond first, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so a couple things there. So again, one, like the direction I was acting under was all of the motions that were passed at the last meeting. So one of the motions passed was to bring forward an administrative policy. So I had to do that. I don't have a choice in that. So when council gives me direction, there's no choice, there's no me. It's, you're my boss. I do exactly what you say. And so all of the agenda items before you were made by motion at the last meeting to come before you. So there wasn't any discretion on my point to bring them forward or not. And as far as individual council questions, that is what my practice has been. So for this last, since the last meeting, the virtual meeting to now, that's what I've tried to do. I haven't said them verbatim, but I've tried to summarize them. And I did send those out to all of council. So when I got individual questions, I don't do those with phone calls. So if I get a phone call from someone, I'm not saying, hey, I just had a call with council member Lasher, here's what we talked about. If that's what council wants to do going forward, I could do that,
Yeah, it
absolutely.
could be, it just seems like if if individual council members are having conversations, like it should be, like we're all in it together.
Totally. And I shouldn't be
Because
taking
your
direction
boss
from,
as a whole, not just like, I'm not just your boss.
absolutely.
Our body's your boss.
And I think, yeah, absolutely. And I have tried not to take direction from any council person. Maybe I did so, like, not really realizing it, but I honestly don't think I did. I think I put this together based off council's direction in the open meeting of this is how I would go about it. This is how I finesse the charter requirements with council's direction. This is how I would do it. Okay. So it's my recommendation. What I've gotten from council was a lot of questions. Questions on a bunch of stuff. Like as questions as far as like, didn't we give direction to have meetings at this place, not this place? And so then I'm kind of going through like on a phone call though, and saying like, oh, I don't know, let me talk to the town clerk, we'll get back to you.
So at what point can we take you out of that? So we're not paying you $500 every 6 minutes. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but like what?
I mean, that would be
point
my
is that-
preference.
yeah.
I think my preference, and you have a draft in the rules, and maybe that's the more appropriate time to address this. That provides some really loose guardrails, but you might want to tighten them up even more. And I can talk about that when we get to the rules.
Okay.
But that's a really, really good example of how you shifted how you work with me, and I just had to get out of the way. When the meeting location, it sounds like there was some communication, and I wasn't involved in that. And then suddenly it was changed. And in the past, the clerk and the attorney would have consulted me before making a decision or a recommendation on the case of the attorney. And so I am noticing that tension and the difficulty that puts our staff in. And I needed to get out of the way and let them do their work. And so I did say, prepare the packet and then I'll see what it looks like and think about it. Because I can't even at this stage, the way that this has all happened without public discussion and without really even understanding what the change is and how it impacts everything, I can't see it yet. And so, but I knew that they had to still produce these documents for you. So it was the fact that it hasn't been reviewed, it was because of that, just to be very clear. Councilmember Deb.
I guess I just want to point out that we're having public discussion now, and we had public discussion last week. So I just want to make that clear.
So I guess getting back to the policy, again, this is just a recommendation. To the mayor's point, she's the one that holds the cards and can go back and sounds like she's going to approve something very different. So one option is that you could just table this, but I still think it might be useful if all of council says like, no, this seems like a good way to handle it. That's probably at least beneficial for the mayor to know that. I should explore it.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Is there any other discussion? Will the clerk please call the vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Devner.
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher.
No.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. Thank you. May I hear a motion to bring agenda item number 14 to the floor, please?
I move to approve resolution number 2026-01-26D, a resolution of the town of Mountain View adopting council rules and procedures.
Second.
You have the floor.
Okay, so there's a lot here. There is a compare version just for reference. I'll also state this is the brainchild of both me and Kendra. She wanted to make sure that she had her new rules. So just to say that. I think a lot of this is honestly big cleanup changes in my review regarding the language, but there's some new provisions in here, so I'll just quickly highlight them. One of them is in 1.3, so I added a provision to allow the council to temporarily suspend the rules. I did this in very rare cases when you're basically not able to think ahead of a potential issue and you need to come up with a rule on the fly. So in the case of a different client, they said like, hey, how long can we have a recess? That's not in our rules. And there was like some tension there. And so they voted to suspend the rules so that they can create a rule regarding how long a recess could be. So a council member could come in and be in attendance. So that's a sort of a rare example of why you would have that in your rules, just to give you some flexibility. So in 2.2, relating to meeting schedule and format, I think those are pretty straightforward changes, but essentially explicitly stating that executive sessions only occur in person, and that the mayor may decide when a virtual meeting versus an in-person meeting is held, or virtual only, I should say, versus hybrid. And 2.3, a little bit more clarity around holding special meetings and when two council members may request a special meeting, and then requiring polling of each council member in 24 hours for them to respond to the poll to ensure that you have a quorum.
We should probably say who polls.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. What's that? But so section 3, we just removed a lot of language because it was already covered in your designated bulk posting resolution. I'm just removing the duplicity. In section 4, Kendra was concerned about this language, mostly because it didn't line up necessarily with the code language for removal. And so her recommendation was to remove all of it. She basically stated that if a council member wants to miss every meeting, that the council might have some argument for removal under malfeasance. Otherwise, there should be a separate rule.
Mayor Pro Tem?
May I go back to number 2, section 2?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, section. Oh, sorry.
You want to let me finish?
Oh, yeah. I apologize.
Okay.
No, we, okay.
Floor.
Okay, so regarding meeting schedule and format, under the statement where it says all meetings are held both in person and virtually unless noticed otherwise, the mayor may decide to hold it and only virtual meeting when safety or technology issues, and I'm going to stop right there as it continues. I want to ask, what is the rationale for granting the mayor sole authority to determine whether a meeting will be held virtually only? And should that authority be broadened to include council or even the town administrator?
Totally up to council. I think there's, or you can speak to this, but I think on occasion, you're probably going to need to make that call outside of a open meeting.
Okay.
So you probably want someone at your administrative level to hold that authority. So for instance, like the crazy scenario, like the heating isn't working in here. We just have to have something else if we're going to do a meeting.
And the mayor is the chair of the council.
Okay.
But I mean, up to you if you want to insert a different administrative role or process.
Okay.
Any other questions with what I've said so far? Yeah.
When it comes to suspending the rules, I noticed, I guess I had a question about like how long are the rules suspended for?
Just for that meeting.
Would there be any reason that we would want to, resolve the suspension in the meeting? So it's like temporarily suspended for this agenda topic, and then the rules come back into play versus they're suspended for the whole meeting.
Yeah, I think that would come in the suspension. So in the motion to suspend, I think you'd say for the following purpose, and then you kind of tighten it up there. But in no case would that be an effective rule change in perpetuity. And I can certainly talk you through that if you ever get to that place.
Okay, so we just have to be mindful to like specify a time frame for a rule suspension
Right.
when we do that.
So you could say like, I want to suspend the rules to allow another public comment period.
And the town attorney would always talk.
Right.
Councilmember, Randall.
On quick meeting schedule, it says third Monday of each month at town hall. Should that not say Berkeley Church?
Up to all of you. And that's, if you want to make that change, we could amend the rules to state that.
So that's section 2, number 1.
Yeah.
Generally, council workshops are held on the first Monday of the month and regular meetings on the third Monday of each month at, how did you want to state that?
Berkeley Church.
Oh, it is called the Berkeley Church located an address.
Even if the AV system isn't set up and we can't have a recording and the people can't hear.
If you put it on the town clerk, you could have, say the town clerk can determine that a different meeting location is necessitated based on extenuating circumstances.
And if we're getting a new AV system, there shouldn't be that problem, right?
We don't know yet, right? So we don't know when that's gonna take effect, and these rules are gonna take effect immediately.
Correct.
So we want to have some flexibility in there.
It's too difficult to have the meeting. It's just too difficult. We've got one bathroom, you know. I mean, it's just too small, it's too confined.
It's not ideal.
It is not ideal. And why? What is our expectation about the AV? Why is that? What is, I'm digressing, I guess I'm going off topic. It should be resolved. It should not be an ongoing issue. Somebody needs to make that a priority. And if they don't believe that we're a priority, then we go someplace else.
I think they're actively working on it. It'll get resolved at some point, but it's just gonna take time. It's a complicated problem. So we've got to find a way to be allowed to have another solution, because as you know from the memo that I sent, the solutions over there do not work and do not provide for remote participation and do not provide for a good recording. They simply don't. And then we have the new system. So we've got to somehow resolve that.
So can
Councilmember
you
Randall?
call them and give us an update?
I get updates pretty regularly. Yeah.
Weekly, daily? I mean, how often are
They respond immediately when I reach out. They're very responsive. If order, I can read you their most recent. But let's focus on the rules.
Yeah,
The
okay.
reason for it is that we still need some flexibility. Who knows what happens if the church has an emergency and their water breaks or something. We need some flexibility in the rules to allow somebody besides polling all of council or calling a special meeting remotely to get council to make the decision. Somebody, whether it's the clerk or the mayor, makes the decision that based on these criteria, we're gonna have the meeting elsewhere.
I think Councilor Bailey gave a suggestion, which was based off extenuated circumstances, which I think will get us there. So I think that's a potential change council could look to and then new rules. Berkeley Church, unless extenuated circumstances, and who do you want to make?
The clerk, that's what it said.
Okay. Any other questions on what I've covered, or Councilmember Washington?
I know, I don't remember what I was saying.
Getting to that point already. Okay, meeting agenda. So each meeting agenda shall be set by the mayor and the town clerks. All this is pretty straightforward. Okay, so subsection 5.5, that's new, and that relates a little bit to Councilmember Lasher's earlier question, but again, this was really broad, and you might look to really narrow this a lot more. So this is saying that staff may provide a summary of communications with the mayor, individual council members to the entire council when related to a future agenda item. That's not a requirement of staff to do that, because you know, if you're sent every single communication, it could be time consuming. Hey, ran into Councilmember Lasher, she says.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I just want like more if you're having like the same conversations with people, like, you know, it's like if two or more you have two council members are having the same conversation with you, I feel like it's only fair to loop in the other four council members.
I think that's a great way to put it. When two or more council members address the same topic with staff. Staff will provide a written summary to the full council.
Will provide.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great solution. Okay. So we can add that in addition to 5.5 or in the maybe just an addition. Okay, or just add a sentence there.
So that there's broadly some discretion.
Right.
And not, I mean, I think with the mayor or the clerk as well, you know, like, or, I mean, Chair, Ms. Canfield, I think that it should be ever, you know, multiple people are the same. I was like clerk and minute.
Okay, so 6.1 is maybe one of the most important changes here, and it's changing our rules of order from Robert's rules to Bob's rules. This would happen effectively, so it happened as soon as you pass this resolution tonight. What that means is you don't need a motion to bring an item to the floor anymore. You only have a motion when you're ready to approve something. Okay, so you don't say, the mayor still calls the agenda item and says, we're now on this agenda item, but then she immediately passes it off to whoever's presenting. That person presents. Once you get all of your questions and comments out on the floor, then typically the mayor will say, all right, now I'm looking to a motion to approve with the following amendments or whatever. That will save us, I think, a lot of time on doing a lot of procedural back work that we have to do right now to comply with Robert's rules. We always do the motion to approve, and about half the time we have to do another motion to amend that motion. So now you're consolidating it with one motion, and it's coming after all discussion and after all comments and questions are answered. That's the biggest change. I'll send you a summary if this passes of Bob's rules tomorrow, so everyone can dive into them. And please let me know if you have any questions. It's a lot less formal than Robert's rules. So for instance, another, oh, you already got it. Oh my gosh. I was only like halfway through.
Give me some weird.
I can send it, I've got it.
Yeah, everybody should be able to download a free copy from the CML website. And I just emailed mine to Councilmember
I
Randolph.
was gonna say I have it.
Can you email it to me?
So another,
Yeah.
okay, so you're gonna, okay.
Or whoever.
So another change I would note is that you don't need a motion to adjourn. The presiding officer just calls, we're hereby adjourned when we're done.
Oh, well,
I think those are the two that I will see
that's the most fun motion.
most frequently. But there's gonna be some others that we'll go through as you get deeper into procedural nuances. But that's a big change.
I wondered why you changed the way that Bob, Bob's rules talks about that procedural order of how to do it as having you announce it and then you have a discussion and then you have the motion and then you have a debate.
Right.
That's how Bob's rules talks about it. But in your procedure, you said, I just want to understand it. I'm not criticizing it. I just want to understand why you did it differently.
Oh, the deliberation?
Yeah.
So actually, I don't know who I sent this to, but my recommendation was actually to take all of the out
Yeah.
and just follow Bob's rules.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Because then
So that's-
we don't have to parse this.
So section 7.8, I recommend all of that come out. I should have just taken it out.
7.8?
So section 7, subsection 8, 7.8.
Wait, I think it's section six.
6. Sorry.
Yeah. Are you looking at the red one?
of council.
That's why. Yeah.
Yeah. So that procedure we don't need in there. It's already covered in Bob's rules.
Is that enforcement procedure? With that
No,
lost.
sorry. I
Tell
think
me again.
See the page number or not?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's in 132 of the red line.
Okay,
It's
132.
page 125 of the
Yeah.
clean version. Okay.
Thank you.
It looks like
And
that.
125 of the PDF. That has the clean version. It's section 6, actions of council,
Mhm.
and then item number 7 and 8, or just 8? All matters that do not require an.
No, 7 stays, 8
7
goes.
stays.
Yeah,
So 8 goes. So this is all.
Just 8.
yeah.
So it's the beginning of page 126 on the PDF for the clean version.
Thanks for bringing that up. Yes, I recommend we just get rid of that altogether. It's confusing. Okay, there's just a couple of other cleanups here, that probably won't come up very often, but just related, I just added in the reference to the open meetings law related to executive sessions requiring 2/3 majority.
Sorry, but eight has, on page 126, it has all the veto stuff in there as well. So how does that work with Bob's rules?
Yeah,
I had a question about the veto.
so the veto
I
is
wanted to
currently
specify-
covered by the charter, but if you want,
It's non-descriptive, is my point. Like I wanted some more specifics.
I
in
think
there
this is
about
like
the veto.
almost
It's
verbatim.
exactly
I was gonna say,
verbatim.
so let's just take this out, but what did you want to add?
I wanted
related
to
the
add
veto?
something in there, like, putting some. Because it just says like the mayor is 5 days. There's no like, there's no like specific
Like notification.
notification to council. And it doesn't, council in writing by the midnight of the 5th day, for example, that she's gonna veto something, and that it'll be automatically rescheduled for the next meeting.
Okay, so we can add that.
How the veto works.
Yeah, so it's super broad and doesn't really do a
Okay,
lot
so
for charter, so I want,
veto notification to council within 5 days.
right, so midnight of the 5th calendar day.
Okay,
And then that it's automatically rescheduled to the next meeting, so that it doesn't get lost,
gotcha.
so it automatically comes back.
Yeah, that's a good change.
I think that's important.
And in writing.
Yeah, in writing,
Yeah,
yeah,
all of council and CC the clerk.
yes, that would be great.
Okay, great, thank you.
So then what does 8 now look like then, if you could just help me understand that?
I think 8 will say the procedure for, or veto procedure, and it will say, in accordance with the town charter, blah, 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 the mayor has the following authority, and then it says, we'll say notification shall be given within 5 calendar days by midnight on the 5th day. Whether the mayor is executing her veto authority over a specific item, and she shall give that in writing. And then next section will say, the execution of a veto acts as an automatic rescheduling for that agenda item to the next preview sort of meeting.
Okay. And then, so the stuff that's in there about like the vote on the motion, and if it's an ordinance and this, like that's all gone?
Yeah,
It's
because
part
it's
of
covered in
Bob.
Bob's rules, and it's
That's
actually,
fine.
okay, and it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
So pretty much everywhere, including in our charter, if it's money or an ordinance, you have to do roll call, otherwise.
But this also says a virtual meeting should be roll call votes also, which I think is important
Okay. we
thing
can
that
do
needs to be in there. I think that's important distinction
And that's in Bob's rules, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
for virtual meetings.
I haven't like
Have to have.
absorbed
all
Okay.
of Bob's rules.
Okay, but it's not in there for some reason. I love that.
It is.
Okay,
But yeah.
thank you, that's helpful. Okay, so we're down to meeting procedures, section 7. The first change comes in. Oh my gosh, I can't even read that up on. Hold on, I need to go back up to the screen.
Yeah, they're all on so.
So 7.3, council reporting time. So this was sufficiently limited, based off what I understood council's previous concerns in some ways. And so I basically cut this off completely and said that reporting time may only be used to bring forward agenda items for a future meeting or present thoughts on a current or future topic, but no written reports will be included in, a meeting except as required by a committee.
Okay,
Council can change that, but that's what I understood to be the direction.
but you can still make a verbal report in your council report time, and you can't include a written report. How does this? I
No,
guess
for
my
your
question-
committee, you can.
Yeah, for your committee, you can.
Right, you can include I understand that, but I'm saying in your council report time, it's not committee related.
Yeah, so
You know,
no,
there's committee report. You can make a verbal statement, but you can't include a written report.
for committee reports, you can still do writing, but
Right,
that's
but
it.
in-
So if you want to use your reporting time to say, I think we need to bring forward this administrative policy document at the next meeting, you don't get the ability to put that in the packet. You can say that as a part of your reporting time, but it doesn't go in the packet.
The way we used to do committee reports, is there was a specific time for committee reports that was separate from like council member report time. Which is why I was thinking, why I was.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because it
Okay.
used to be that
Yeah,
you
combined.
have committee reports here and that's it, right? And it's a written report submitted, and then there's a separate council, like mayor and council reports is separate at time in the meeting.
Yeah, so this would be combining them. We're combining that topic at least to say that when you're reporting, whether it be for a committee or as a future agenda item, this rule applies.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I mean, okay, are you okay?
Okay. Um,
I'm not seeing the requirement. I'm looking at Bob's rules. I'm not seeing that, so we're stuck
Okay.
with it. Thank you for checking in.
so virtual roll call.
Oh, this is what it was, that voting by proxy is not allowed. So that was the thing that I was.
Yeah.
We don't need to say that. Because that's the thing.
Okay, there's a couple new items under the forum. I'm not on the tracks anymore, so let's see if I can just remember them. I think they're all at the bottom, right? So subsection or Roman numeral 12 is new, not deviate from legal advice given to the council unless by a majority vote of the council. Roman numeral 13, refrain from disclosing any confidential information, blah, blah, blah. That's new. I think those are the two new ones.
So this one is concerning to me. Would not deviate from legal advice given to the council unless by a majority vote.
And to be fair, I think that would be required regardless. Right? Like if you're making an official action, you're always doing a majority vote. I don't think there would be a circumstance in which you're deviating from legal advice where it doesn't require a vote.
Here's what I'm concerned about. Just to be really transparent and frank. You're advising that I sign this administrative policy.
Oh, I see.
And then if I, in all my heart of hearts, don't create the policy that looks like what you advised, and I do my best to do one that conforms with my understanding of the charter,
Right.
then suddenly 4 people can say you're not following the rules because you didn't follow the advice of the attorney.
Right, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. So maybe that comes out.
It just takes the advice, it takes, the whole concept of an attorney advising and not making decisions goes out the window.
Well, I think the idea is that the attorney is still not vested with any decision-making authority, but the council as a whole should be the one to decide whether to deviate from legal advice, which I guess is true in most circumstances, but to your point, it's not true for, I guess, that circumstance that you raised. If I say like, hey, I recommend that we write this policy down and here's my recommendation of how to go about it. If you say like, well, no, I'm not gonna do that, then I can see how that's a conflict.
Councilmember Bailey and then.
I guess, I feel like it's because, like, I think there's times when we've heard, and I can't really refer to it, but it's executive session where we've heard that not always, your advice is not always. And it would be nice to have a transparent record of when we're usurping, legal opinion. Like, I feel like we should follow. Like, we should accept that, there should be a record of like, well, council, is deviating from this, and it should be known. That happened, that transpired.
So maybe it should just add something to say like, except that the mayor in the function of her administrative authority may deviate from legal recommendations given upon noticing council of the same or something. That way you can just email council saying, Austin wanted me to prove this and I didn't.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Why are we paying you for legal advice if we choose not to follow it? We are seeking your professional opinion. And we're seeking your legal advice. And if you're providing us, this is my recommendation. Not that you're telling us how to vote. We're asking you for your recommendation. Why in the world would be like, no, I'm not interested in that? It feels conflicting. And I think that we should we should respect your opinion and your advice on all matters. It just seems counterproductive to not adhere to our attorney's advice.
Councilmember Randolph,
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Deborah.
Here's from my thinking is maybe when we do deviate from legal advice, council would be made aware. So that way we can, kind of course correct using our authority if necessary. So perhaps adding a rule, just informing council of, the choice to not adopt legal advice. Which that might get a little dicey if we have like a large document where there's legal opinion or advice given in that document, which maybe that means distributing the red line with legal comments in it to council in the emails. And that would be considered, sharing what the legal counsel is and what the decision is.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rashid.
I also don't think that like we're not listening to his advice on like, is this, are we setting the town up for a lawsuit? I think like this is like a charter administrative like situation that's like a carve out. I don't like on a daily basis. I think all of us always listen, always ask Austin for his advice and listen. I think like maybe what you're saying is like a different carve out, but I do agree we should listen to Austin on like, are we setting the town up for a lawsuit? Not just like this is how I think the charter would work. And I don't even know if that was your advice of how that is, or if it's the direction of council. That's why you wrote. I don't know if that's because to me it sounded like you said on direction of council, this is why I wrote this.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're telling us something and we're not listening to your advice. It's not your advice. We're telling you what to do. So isn't that like a carve out?
Yeah, I think that's a really important distinction. I'm not sure exactly how you word that. But I agree with what you're saying. I think that's the important distinction to take into this.
Also, my experience of working with attorneys and with Austin specifically as well, is that legal advice is nuanced. And it's not always something that, like, we frequently have had, we haven't recently, but in the past, we've had a lot of conversations where the interpretation of something it's a little squishy. I've used that word with you before. It can go in this direction or this direction or this direction. You interpret things. And so, the interpretation of something is important. And you have a conversation, and his legal advice isn't always like black and white. It's like, well, here's the range. And then maybe that's.
I don't know how to like finesse that. I think that's to your point too. It's like, because you're exactly right. I take direction from council on what to work on. I say, this is how I would approach it, but.
So what if it was like, we listen to you on legal, like, like not just us giving you direction and then, where you're writing, we have to follow. It's like on like, are we setting the town up for a lawsuit? Or do you think that, doing this is going to, I don't know how you
So maybe you can do a carve out related to like policy.
Administrative stuff.
Or,
But take the moratorium, for example. So we had the community members come forward with a moratorium request that there was a lot of advice about that there was a lot of pressure not to follow it.
Well, it passed on the first reading with Austin's non-advice.
Right. And so we want to be thoughtful about keeping him. I'm no disrespect for Austin. I have always valued his opinion, and I don't want it interpreted as not valuing his opinion. But he has said over and over again, he advises, we decide. And so let's keep that distinction. Mayor Pro Tem.
Please repeat what you said about
the notification.
the notification, and what if it's against the board's opinion, right?
I'm
What
not
if-
following.
So I think it was I summarize what you said of like notification of deviations from legal advice related to administrative issues. So when you choose to deviate from, hey, I recommend that you pass this administrative policy in this form, well, I'm not going to do it. Here's my red line. Maybe that's what council gives. It's like, this is what the town attorney recommended. Here's what I am passing.
And then what action can we take as council? Once we're
It would depend on
we're
the
abreast
issue.
of that situation.
It would depend on the issue and your authority within the code and the charter to either usurp that authority or to potentially call it out in an open meeting to say, hey, I didn't like that this was approved and that this change was made. I really want you to reconsider whatever. It would depend on the individual circumstance and where that authority lies. But I guess in the interest of moving forward, is council comfortable with adding to Roman numeral 12 that notification shall be given to council when deviations from legal advice related to administrative issues is taken?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then removing the not deviate from legal advice given to council. Or how does that work with the existing language? I just think I just think it needs to be transparent, and I feel like that hasn't been the past, which is why there's something that needs to be in there about. Replacing.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You okay with replacing it?
It's more for me, it was more of a transparency thing, like, I feel like. We need to know if the advice of our attorney is not being followed. And we need, I mean, I feel like we still have the discretion to not do it, sorry, Austin.
Yeah.
But I feel like, we should at least know. As a body, what's going on and whether or not it was against.
But all of us should know it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think that's a good change.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. No changes in public comment. The next section.
Public comment, yes, I do.
Or did I have to change that?
No,
Okay.
I want to bring up public comment.
Okay.
Okay, so the public comment policy was amended as a temporary response to a council-related incident in September of 2024, with the understanding that the board would later review and revise it. And I recommend removing the requirement that participants use a camera for Zoom, because some residents simply do not have a camera. And any written public submitted within the established 24-hour deadline should be read into the record to ensure that all residents have an opportunity to be heard. I also recommend adding a standing agenda item at each regular and special meeting to review and respond to public comment from the prior meeting, and posting both comments on the and the town's responses on the town's website to promote transparency and public trust.
Sorry, what was the last one?
I recommend adding a standing agenda item at each regular and special meeting to review and respond to public comment from the prior meeting, and posting both comment and the town's responses on the town's website.
Can I use this as just for a minute as another good example of why you would maybe not always take attorney's advice? So you're specifically saying that you think it's better practice to have answers to public comments in the next meeting publicly, shared and then published on the website. C.R.S has a reason for recommending that we handle public comment the way that we do. That's legal advice. That's C.R.S.
Okay, I'm not aware of the C.R.S, but it seems to me that I often get questions about why do I address something in council and I don't get any follow-up at all. There's no responses.
We did a training. There's a C.R.S video about it, and we can send it to you again.
Okay.
So that you can have a fuller understanding of that and talk to your constituents.
I want residents to feel that they are heard, and I want their responses to be addressed.
Me too.
And when I hear that they're not, who do I go to? I redirect them to town, and then they say they're still ignorant.
Let me know. Because what happens when I try to follow up is they say, thank you, that's enough follow-up. So I'm not hearing the same thing. I'm hearing that they don't want me to follow up. And in fact, one time recently, I had to send it to the clerk for follow-up because they didn't want to hear from me. After they asked explicitly in the meeting to have a response from me. So I think, you know, we're all doing our best to
So,
handle public
How do
comment
we,
well.
okay, so how do we address public comment in the rules of procedures?
Right now,
No, in the future.
oh,
Yeah.
as far as the response goes,
Not only the response, but I think that we were on the understanding that we were gonna have this policy as temporary and that we would review it. And I do, you know, I know residents who don't have cameras, so they
Right.
can't get on Zoom. And I also know that public comment, if it's written, we receive it, but the residents don't receive it. It should be read out loud.
those are things you can definitely change. I think with trying to prevent Zoom bombing, which we've had before, it's really hard to do that if you don't require them to have their camera on when they're saying their name. Because that's really when the town clerk's able to vet, like, is this a real person or is this a bomber who's gonna take over the meeting, which we had once.
We had that.
Correct.
So one of the first meetings was here.
Okay.
And it was really graphic.
And you have to let him
Oh.
go.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so that's why we have that in there.
All right.
We had a made up person eating monsoon. That's one of the reasons why we have this as well.
So it's really trying to get at anonymous comments, the video on, for the written comments,
Go ahead.
you can change that. Obviously, you can change any of this. I think it is sometimes difficult to do written comments because I think they'll come out differently if you allow them to have them in writing and not be there in person. So it's like kind of another flavor of anonymity, in my view. But if you're able to say like, hey, if you really can't be here, we will absolutely read your comment, but we're not going to make it part of the record. I think that lessens the issues you get with anonymous commenters. Again, you can be like bombed in with 1,000 written comments, 1,000 people all over the country, and you have to read every single one. And it would take up your entire meeting time. It's actually happened in Colorado before. And they got nothing done. They spent the entire meeting reading this comment.
Don't we have a public comment?
We have two other council members.
We do. We have 30 minutes.
Okay.
So that might solve that issue, but it could take up that full 30 minutes. So these are all kind of just, you know, I guess tailored solutions to these one-off issues. And maybe you decide like, well, I don't think that's going to happen that much. I'd rather just change the policy. That's totally up to the council.
Councilmember Devner first, then Councilmember Lasher, then Councilmember Gill.
I would agree with, Pro Tem Ogden regarding, I mean, we've heard in public comment, resident concerns about not having a follow-up or an answer. But I have noticed that like this conversation, it's turned into more of a discussion. So it's possible that maybe in a future agenda, we could, come to a consensus about how to handle, the question and answers. Kind of, it seems like the public comment might be a larger discussion. That we may not be able to amend what's in front of us tonight. But in a future meeting, because we can propose amendments and change these rules at any point. So after I fully digest Bob's rules and I have some additional thoughts about how to tighten up our rules and procedures. So just, possible that we should talk about that as like a separate bucket.
Okay.
If we don't have clarity right now.
We did have the second, you said that we didn't have the after the temporary rules were adopted, that we didn't have the second review. We actually did, and I'll send you an email giving you that information and share it with you. So you can document them. Councilmember Lasher.
I didn't have anything, so I think I
So was Councilmember Randolph?
So when people make public comments, you always respond to them and say, do you want someone to get back to you?
I don't anymore. What I do instead is I've been trying to learn from, what works, what doesn't work, what's best practice. I'm constantly doing source of training and learning from our attorney and our clerk. And for a period of time, I did that, and then there were some problems. So what I did instead is when there is a question, I do explicitly state that we won't get back to them, trying to follow SRSA recommendations as closely as possible. And then when there is a comment in which I perceive that it needs a response, I state at that time, I will get back to you. So that happened during our public comment today when somebody said something that I could tell needed a response, and I made a note, and then I'll follow up.
Okay,
Would
my
it be
question
helpful to
is,
have?
does it always have to be you to get back to them? You said
No.
you contact them and then they don't want to talk to you, so maybe it should be an open door. Who would you like to get back to? The council people are available also. Town administrators.
It shouldn't be the council because council has authority as a body and not as an individual. So it feels like, the council needs to speak as a body in an open meeting, but it absolutely a lot of the time it's going to be a staff person. And for instance, when that happened, we just switched it over to the staff person in that one, which is fine.
But you don't
So
actually ask them.
I think I say we will get back to you, and then we do our best to.
So I would give them an option. Do you want me to get back to you? Do you want Cameron to get back to you? And see what happens.
Would you like to put that in the rules?
I just know a lot of folks have said they've never gotten responses, and it's very frustrating for them to come to meetings, stand up, and then nobody gets back to you.
There are also some questions in which we kind of can't get back to them. So that's for later discussion in the bigger conversation.
Do we want to, I'm sorry.
Would it be helpful to address some of these things later on in like the communications policy for the town versus your rules and procedures?
That's a good
Right?
point.
So lay it out in the communications policy that when you have public comments that come up that feel like need to be addressed, these are the steps that we'll go through. And then that way you don't get bogged down on this piece and trying to pass the rules.
I agree with that. I think that's
I
great.
agree
I do
with
have
that.
one question. Today, there was like.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Lasher, Councilmember Bailey was next.
Oh, I'm
and then
sorry. I didn't know that. I thought you pointed, so I thought you were pointing at
I'm
me.
sorry.
Sorry.
Councilmember Bailey.
How do we handle because there's a Zoom option to call in, so obviously you're calling in, you don't have a camera, so how are you to handle that?
Yeah, they wouldn't be allowed to give public comment on
Couldn't-
different roles.
So if you don't have a webcam or a laptop and you can't, and you're disabled, you just don't get to have a voice?
No, you can submit written statements. They just won't be read for the out loud.
Well, and this brings up another question because before the last meeting, I did have a resident call me from their phone number saying that they wanted to have a comment and I could identify the phone number based off my phone records.
So maybe you want to broaden it, but maybe we want to punt this public comment discussion to a later date.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine, I just think it's, we're not done, I feel like.
Yeah, why don't we come back to
It
it?
needs,
Because I think there's a way we can finesse it.
okay.
Councilmember Lasher.
Today, during public comment, someone said they wanted to hear from our attorney, but they're, okay, just wanted to make sure we were not.
I give legal advice to this body
Okay.
only.
That's a good example of where sometimes community members think that they haven't gotten a response, but they're simply asking for something that we can't give them.
Okay, so
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just when we get to the conclusion of the rules and procedures, I just have two things, okay? That's just to remind myself.
Okay, so the last thing I really wanted to talk about, well, actually, let's share things. So the enforcement procedures, this is all new. So this would be the ability of any person to submit a complaint against any elected official, the mayor or the council or a council member. The way it's drafted here is that the town clerk would draft forms that would have sort of a complaint form, and I'm happy to work with you on that. Where you detail your sort of complaint. Once that complaint is received and the town clerk determines like, yep, you filled out this form, it's complete. She doesn't look at the substance, just make sure it's filled out. Then she sends it on to the town attorney. The town attorney immediately sends it on to a third-party magistrate. And that third-party magistrate would be hired by the council. So it'd be similar to how we've appointed hearing officers in the past. You just do it by resolution. And that magistrate would be the one to investigate the complaint and then produce a finding related to the complaint that they would then distribute to all of council. Once council has that, they could then decide if they want to take any action. And some potential actions are just listed in the rules as guardrails. So that's all new. Questions there? Okay, so the last thing is the removal procedures. This was mostly cleanup done by Kendra. And I think it really is just cleanup and trying to make the language a little bit more concise and consistent. She also removed the public comment procedure for that hearing. She said it's inappropriate. So that is, I think, the extent of the changes to that level.
The removal procedures, they're basically following the code,
Right.
right? So why do we have them in our rules? And we have them in the code book?
Great question. So the removal language in the code basically just states the reason. The council may remove for, and then it lists four reasons, but it doesn't state the actual mechanics of how that removal takes place. So it's adding a little bit more meat to say, like, yes, it will be at a hearing. Here's how the hearing is actually operated. But to your point, you could absolutely just put all of this into the code if you wanted to.
I do feel like it would be good to have the rules of procedure be really specific to running, you know, how we work together at the council table.
Right.
And sort of those kind of legislative things separate.
So would council be, and so do you want to put them in the code? instead?
Yeah.
Okay. Would council generally be in favor of that? Removing the removal procedures from the rules and putting them in the code?
Would that be immediate?
I will take 2 readings, so you might need to.
Can we have
Wait.
it in here for
Yeah.
now and then once, and
Let's do
then,
that.
yeah.
Councilmember Governor, you had your hand up.
So I just have one question / concern I wanted to flag, and it's about, so under actions of council, section 5, number 5. If a council member refuses to vote, the vote shall be counted as a yes vote.
Mhm.
So I was reading Bob's rules about that section, and I guess I'm more inclined instead of, because the yes vote is like an affirmative, that like I am in support of this. So with this rule, we're essentially making silence like an affirmative action.
It's requiring a vote, is really what it's trying to do, and if you refuse to vote, it's gonna count in affirmative.
So I guess I'm maybe proposing that instead of it counting as a yes vote, it would just count as on the record as a failure to vote.
That'd be an abstention.
Yeah.
Which would mean that you wouldn't be required to vote.
And that's against the charter.
Yeah, so the charter says you must vote on every ordinance resolution.
Points of
motion. What page is it on?
Page 125.
So yeah, I think we kind of need to keep that in there, and I can double check for you.
Yeah, because I guess that's my concern is that the default is yes, and maybe we just don't require a default. We require either a yes or a no.
Let me double check, because I do believe that's more or less copy of what the charter requires. 1 second. It is.
Yeah.
Yep, that's required by the charter.
The charter requires a yes vote or the charter requires a
A
The
vote.
vote by yes and no shall be taken upon the passage of all blah, 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 blah.
You're not allowed to abstain.
So it has to be counted in some way.
So, but I think Councilmember Governor is saying let's count it as a no instead of a yes,
Oh.
since it's a silence. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's kind of what I'm thinking, because that would slow down whatever is, being voted upon. So the default is no, and then it could come back.
Okay,
Is there anything in Bob's rules about it?
I would have to double check Bob's rules. I wouldn't be surprised if there was, because I can tell you that this is very common. It's very common to have some general language in your charter saying you must vote if you're a council person. You can't, you must vote unless you have a conflict, essentially. And then that all of those, any sort of refusal to abide by that policy by abstaining counts as an affirmative vote. So I need to, double check that. I guess does council otherwise have concerns about what?
Yeah, I'm curious if anyone else has concerns about not voting and being in yes.
Councilmember Bailey?
I remember reading that and thinking that was interesting, but I didn't really do it with that.
I just don't know why you wouldn't vote.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
that's the main purpose, is like you,
Right.
you must.
Commit.
I
vote.
think the
Commit.
discussion is, should it be counted as a yes or a no? Not that we shouldn't vote.
Right,
So-
right.
Really, they'd just be deviating from our rules and procedures and the charter if they didn't vote at all. So. how
Right,
would-
but you'd have to count it in some way. Like if they're just refusing at the table, someone's just refusing at the table to meet that requirement, you'd still have to be able to carry on with your meeting.
As a council member, I actually had that occur when I was on council at one point. I didn't have a chance to vote. I was thinking about it and they called the vote and said mine was no.
Or that,
Yeah,
Oh, so that was,
for that meeting, that's funny.
yep.
Is that precedent?
I mean, maybe it does, I don't know. That's an attorney. I'm looking at Bob's rules to see if they interpret it, what happens when it's silent. And if it's yes or not. I don't see it.
okay.
So I'm looking at, what's the same page numbers, 79. Yeah. Says should the member refuse to vote in accordance with rule 7.5, which says each member eligible to vote on a motion shall vote either yes or no. The body may consider reporting a failure to vote in the minutes, as for example, member Smith refused to vote.
Yeah, that's against our charter.
Yeah, we have to have it one way or the other, but I mean, if you,
It's like a charter law.
what count, or what way does council want to go? Do you have a council member refusing to vote or abstaining, which isn't permitted by the charter, how do you want to calculate the vote?
I think Councilmember Devner has a good argument. That if you're not saying, like, mine would have been enough if I had voted. And the fact that they counted it as a no was a betterment than if they had counted it as a yes.
Is the rest of council comfortable with that?
I mean, yeah, if you're wishy-washy enough not to actually vote, then you probably have some reservations about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so no,
That-
let's
that-
go with no.
Let's go with no.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thanks, Councilmember Jeffrey. No. Anything else?
Not right now.
Anything else from the rest of council?
In terms of the rules and procedures?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you had to.
Actually, I have 4.
Okay,
I-
let's make sure, are you trying to wrap up your?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
yeah,
let's have a more discussion. Councilmember Bailey?
Yeah, oh, sorry. Is it okay?
Let me speak and then you. Okay.
My understanding was that you were trying to say
I want-
final words.
I want to add some things.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to recommend that this be a living document. Okay, is it a living document?
yeah.
Okay, and then I'd also like to include at the beginning of the meeting, if we can have a conflict of interest prior to first discussion.
So for every meeting agenda, you give a disclosure whether you have a conflict for any item on the agenda?
Yes,
Yep.
for both mayor and council. I would also like to have in the rules and procedures that for ordinances, that they do not go into the consent agenda. They are by second reading only.
Okay.
And then lastly, I'd like to get the council's thoughts on when should we receive the packets? How many days before the meeting? What are your thoughts?
I would just say briefly from my point of view, when we have meetings stacked like this, so I have today to get your direction. I have basically one day, I have tomorrow to get whatever direction you give me back to your staff. So then we have it reviewed by staff, then I have one more day before the packet goes out. When we have meetings this sequential. So I just,
I almost think the packet process should be better addressed in administrative policy versus the rules and procedures.
Okay.
And I think we could have a more in-depth discussion on that in terms of just internal process and procedure for the packet.
I would be interested in that. I have
Yeah.
thoughts agenda design.
I think
It'd help us.
some of these things, they do hold value, but I think rules and procedures is one topic versus internal policies.
Is there a place to put something about how to pull something from the consent agenda, maybe also at the beginning of the meeting? instead of, in addition to having a conflict, does anybody want to declare a conflict of interest? We could also say, does anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda?
That's exactly how Dr. Cog does it.
Yes.
Everyone's always like, things, everybody
just
okay,
stand.
you wanna pull anything?
Pull it, it gets pulled.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
I like it.
Counselor Alvin, did you go, you had a couple other?
Done.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bailey.
Oh, I noticed. So I noticed on page 127, in 4B, it talks about the outside of the allowable interruptions defined above in the term section. I didn't. Where is the term section? Did that get cut? Or
Probably, yeah.
because it's
If that such be removed.
so we just need to remove that
That
language.
piece.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, it's the term section. Yeah.
740, yep, good catch.
We're not gonna do this as an amended.
I think it'd probably be easier to bring it back,
Yeah.
so you can see the clean version. And that way you can have some time to look at the soliciting before we go live.
Yeah. And you could have a red line of the clean version here.
Yeah,
For your
And will we
update.
be doing that at next meeting?
yeah, I can do that. Well, not the workshop, but the following.
Can we do that? Can we do a special meeting and have it after the workshop?
I don't know.
Let's have a special meeting and have it after the workshop.
Let's make sure staff has the ability to do that, because he just talked about how much. Right, pressure he has to get it done in order to have it for the meeting on the 9th, February 9th.
Okay, well, Austin, you could tell us if you
Yeah, I can get the rules to you.
for as a special meeting on the 9th.
Definitely on the 9th, but if you want to do it before then, I'm sure I can make it work.
Okay, when is the workshop? I'm sorry, the date? Okay,
Second.
so is that feasible?
Yeah, do we want to add a special meeting component? Is that,
So that it can get adopted.
yeah?
Yeah.
Not just reviewed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I had something.
Yes, Councilmember Randall.
I don't know if this is time to ask. On the agenda, when you say public comments. Sometimes they're placed weird and we had to move them up or down. And I think sometimes there should be more of them. 2 or 3 of them so that you can have an opportunity. I mean, I've looked at other places and they have more than that. When we have one, people get frustrated and participate.
I think that's a little bit of a slippery slope. Because we still have to get governance and work done. Some larger communities, like ones I've worked in, do have more public comment opportunity, like one at the beginning and one at the end. So public can comment on actions that we make during the meeting. But I think that's all kind of temperature of the community, and I think that wants further discussion.
We used to have them.
We did.
Yes. We had 2. And then it just disappeared and then they started being put at the top of when it was discussed.
So would that be a better conversation in the communications policy?
Well, that's why I said I didn't know if this was the time, but I didn't
I-
wanna lose the
I
thought.
think maybe that would be something we should address in the overall overarching communication.
Yeah, and also we have maybe the communications policy and the public comment discussion is a bigger, we just have those at the same. They're both so relevant.
Would that be a good topic for the next workshop on the 2nd?
There it is.
Well,
Thursday.
Yeah, we're not gonna be prepared for that.
We can also talk about the work about agenda item 16.
We've got a lot already on. We've got the sewer maintenance, UP services coming.
On the
That's the
2nd,
9th. That's the 9th.
so Austin, are we gonna be able to do the ballot stuff on the 2nd? That's what you said on the 12th. So I'm just gonna stay on top of that, because I don't think it's fall down.
Either way, I can bring the ballot stuff on the 2nd or the 9th.
You already done it.
Yeah,
Most of the work.
Oh, okay.
well, I need to, whatever council wants, what we can achieve.
Councilmember Governor.
So we're not gonna vote tonight. We're gonna probably table this
Yeah, I think so.
rules and procedures and come back with a cleaner version based off of discussions.
Yeah,
Pardon second.
sure, yeah.
It's up to you. It's
Yeah.
your workload.
Yeah, I can make it happen.
Councilmember Bay.
I said, two quick things. One is like, I noticed that sometimes it's called rules and procedures, and then other times it's
No, I
rules
thought I saw
of
that.
procedure. So if you could just, even the resolution, it says rules and procedures, so procedures, so if you fix that, that would be great.
Sure.
And then, on page 124 of the,
Mhm.
it talks about notifying the clerk and the mayor in advance, but I think it'd be helpful to give a little bit more granularity about what that means, like,
Where are you at?
section 2:2. Yeah, it says that if you're intending to attend virtually, you shall notify the clerk and the mayor in advance. It'd be nice to have a little, what does that mean? Just so we're all playing by the same rules, if you should have some specificity to that, would be great.
Like, it shall be an email?
No, like it says advance, but like.
Oh,
what is advance?
I'm with you.
Yeah, nice time frame.
In advance of the meeting.
Oh,
Right, but I mean, like, is there any kind of like, there's no time frame. Does it matter?
because I think the idea is like, hey, I'm stuck in traffic, sorry.
Okay, so just any time in advance.
Yeah.
So it's not, we don't need to be
Yeah,
like,
it could be 2 minutes before the meeting.
okay. Just
You wanna-
maybe in advance of the meeting. Just
Okay.
Start.
I propose we adopt the same language that we use in meeting attendance. They must notify the town clerk in writing ahead of the meeting.
Oh, sure, yeah. Thank you.
There you go. That works. Nice.
Thank you.
And then. Oh, and then on page 125 and 5.4, in the meeting agenda. It talks about how any item requested by the council member shall be added to the next available council meeting unless the mayor objects to such inclusion, but that it doesn't really state how that happens in practice. So if the mayor objects to the inclusion of it. It doesn't offer like a triggering polling of council to add it or anything like that, and it limits it to just.
I think it's the next sentence, but so council members may sorry. Any item requested.
Right, but how does the council overturn it? I mean, are we only limited to having an open meeting or if like?
Yeah, because that's an official decision of council. You couldn't do it by poll.
Okay.
So you'd have to do it at another meeting, but we could add like in which if the mayor objects, well, then you're adding it to the next meeting. That's an objection to
Yeah.
anything.
Okay.
Can we put it, add it to the next meeting? Because
We might as well just get rid of the objection then.
But there are
Yeah.
reasons why the mayor might object, that the council might not have the ability. Outside of an open meeting to fully understand without me basically creating a serial. There are legitimate reasons why. You wouldn't necessarily put something on an agenda that are not nefarious, they're just like legitimate administrative things. That for me to go and explain it and pull everybody and then have a decision. And have that required creates, we're just basically having a serial meeting.
But it feels like it might die in a vacuum. So I feel like if you object to it, it doesn't get on,
Maybe there's a notification.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
The mayor
Thank
has to
you.
know.
Just,
Propose.
it doesn't get air.
Yeah,
It's 3-4, right? No, 5-4.
was that what you were gonna say? Councilman?
Yeah, that's exactly objects to such inclusion with written notifications to council
Mhm.
regarding the objective and everything.
Okay, great. Good.
Oh, can we talk about use of staff time? Where's that in?
Oh, yeah, I did have that in here. Let's see. Not director and it's in. Oh, wait, where am I? It's in 7-4D.
What page is that?
Page 127. Roman numeral 3. The mayor and council shall, Roman numeral 4, not direct or instruct staff. Council members may reach out to staff directly related to relevant questions regarding an agenda item. Council members request for information questions that are expected to take more than 30 minutes of staff time require that from the vote of the majority of council prior to staff fulfilling their request. That was a recommendation from Sam Lighter, so like
How would we
Debbie?
procedurally vote? Do we have to like,
It'd have to be at the next meeting,
next
similar to the last
meeting?
item, so I would have to get like a notification out saying. Hey, it was asked that I work on this big research project, it's gonna take me more than 30 minutes. It relates to a future agenda item, but it's gonna take me more than 30 minutes. I need council to decide at the next meeting whether it's. Something to pursue. And same for the clerk and all the other stuff.
Did Sam suggest 30 minutes?
No, I've heard this is suggested.
Maybe.
You said 15, okay.
we add a comma,
We want-
which will be added to the next meeting agenda, so that way we're aware of the requests and we can vote on them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but yeah,
And my recommendations would keep this 30 minutes.
Just to make it clear what happens in this case, right? So we're talking a lot about how much attorney time is taken. And the bills and stuff. So you've got 6 people who are individually taking up staff time. It would be good to have the CRSA training before this decision.
I believe that was the original plan to have CRSA training before we adopted the rules.
the sister training will be at the workshop.
It'd be
Okay.
good, better not to have.
So
a
second, and then, no, I think we should, after the CRSA workshop, we should have a special meeting.
We go fresh too.
Fresh in our minds.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, so have the CRSA workshop
First,
first.
and then do
And
special
then
meeting
a
after
special
the
meeting.
CRSA.
Right. So let's make sure that we bring this question to the floor.
All your questions.
Yeah,
If you even want like a second opinion,
right.
Austin told us this was a good way to go forward. What do you think?
Although he's not gonna give us that advice.
But he might say, well, some other communities do it this way.
Yeah, that's true. So might come up.
Yeah, hey, like this is how we've been doing it. How do other communities do it?
He's not gonna say things like. Councilmember Devner is correct with his interpretation and this is the best practice.
Right.
We've got to be careful not to put him in that situation.
Good.
Okay.
Anything else with the rules? I think that was really helpful. and productive.
So does everybody understand how the motions would work now? That it would be quite different. We just have to work our way through it when we get around running out the door.
Yeah. So I think we'll need a motion to table. This is another great example of why we have so much more procedure.
Right.
But we'll,
We've already like.
yeah, well, rules, we'll just not have a motion and move on this end. But we'll need a motion to table.
So can you read it out? Do we need it read out and then take it just take over?
I think it's literally just a motion to table.
Right,
the-
so we bring back a change that we got.
Or I guess the motion to continue the rules until the February 2nd, but
The special meeting, yeah.
second,
Yeah.
February 2nd meeting.
I make a motion to continue the rules, yeah, so move is easy.
So moved.
So moved.
Still moved with by Councilmember Devner, second, here a second. Will the clerk please call, actually, we could say all in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, say no. Could we have the whole rules in the packet?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So that way you guys all get, all you know. We are on agenda item number 15. May I hear a motion to bring it to the floor or how?
Yeah.
We keep moving here?
Yeah. I move to approve resolution number 2026-01-26E. A resolution of the town of Mountain View adopting updates to the employee handbook.
Second. And our Ms. Camfield has the floor.
A few notable changes. We added section 2.06, which is the weekly remote work policy. This is for any administrative staff since we're moving to the cloud that if an emergency comes and they can work remotely. We will, within minimal reason, be accommodated that.
Could you give us the page numbers since you did this?
152.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Section 3.02 of Ron Osmond's recommendation, we changed the sexual harassment language to a zero tolerance policy. Section 3.03, the complaint procedure in terms of staff and council will reflect the changes in the rules and procedure of the hearing officer. And the complaint process that's laid out in the rules and procedure.
Eventually to be so.
And other than that, the only other changes, we added section 4.02, which is a nepotism policy. That lays out relations to current staff or council members when applying for positions. And then I updated the health insurance benefits to our current plan that was changed as of January 1. I think those are most of the changes that were presented.
Yeah, there's some other words within the.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a question about who is there? No, you and you. So are you also included in the employee handbook? Meaning does the employee handbook specify that the mayor is required to adhere to its policies and provisions?
Yeah, well, sorry. No, I think is the answer. Well, I guess it depends. If it's a EEO complaint, yes. If it's related to other types of complaints, then that's where the rules of procedure will come in and that enforcement process within that.
Where does it state in the handbook that if it's an EO complaint?
Let me see if I can find it.
That is,
I totally lost my page.
yeah.
I didn't even find it.
3.0. No. 3.03.
Okay.
It does state that.
Well, let me just.
The town expects employees to make a time of complaint to the town to investigate and correct any behavior that may be in violation of your harassment policy. A town form will be provided to document the complaint. And then.
Yeah, it's actually in 301, the zero tolerance policy applies to all employees, vendors, contractors, community members, blah, blah, blah.
Does it say council and mayor?
It doesn't specifically say council in there, so that might be a good.
So
change.
should we add that in there?
Yeah,
Isn't the last sentence on page 155? Is that what we're looking for?
oh, yeah, you got it, thank you. Yep, thank you.
Where's your?
Oh, yeah, the last sentence on
155.
the page, I actually had a question about that sentence as well. It would have been helpful to have a red line for this. So I can't tell what's new and what's different, but, or old, but when we say this, it used to be if you prefer not to go to your direct supervisor, you should report the incident to the mayor. If the complaint involves the mayor, you should do this. And then now it's, if you prefer not to go to your direct supervisor, you should report the incident to the town administrator. If the concern involves the mayor, why doesn't it say if the concern involves the town administrator? You see, we switched out the town administrator for the mayor in one place, but not the second place.
Well, I guess the direct supervisor of the town administrator would be you. But you
So
could
then it
clarify
should
that.
say if the complaint advised it so if you prefer not to go to your direct supervisor, you should report the incident to the town administrator, period. If the complaint involves the town administrator, you should report the incident to the council or the mayor, however the council wants to do it.
It'll be the mayor because you're the direct report. So as currently drafted, that's what it would be. But
But
it's
it
not
says
clear.
it's really not.
Yeah. Probably add that line.
And so if the concern involves the mayor, We go to the town administrator, is that correct?
No, you go to the rules of procedure and the enforcement provisions within that, i.e. the magistrate.
The magistrate, okay.
Okay.
And
Mayor Pro Tem?
I also have a concern about the nepotism policy. I recommend that we have, we adopt a strict, no exception nepotism policy. Then we would eliminate any kind of confusion. I don't think there should be any waivers or exceptions.
Ask the question.
The policy.
Or, I'm sorry.
That's okay. The policy should prohibit the employment of relatives within the same department and any position where a relative would directly or indirectly supervise, influence, or have authority over another relative's employment. But I do believe that if we had a total ban, that would solve any type of nepotism perceived, right? Or actual conflicts.
Councilmember Lash.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're fine.
But that's like moving forward, right? Because if we fired Miles for nepotism, wouldn't that set the town up for a lawsuit?
Yeah, so all of this would be going forward, and this just has to do with the hiring. So we still might need to ensure that, which I assume is already happening, like there's some oversight over supervision as far as that goes. I think already happening.
Yeah, we follow all of the attorney's recommendations.
I feel like because we have been a small town, like there has been so many, like Margie hired her niece and like there, there's been so many people who have done that. So, I just want
Chelsea hired
Yeah.
her partner.
Yeah. I just wanted to
The
like
chief of
bring
police
that
hired
his
somebody.
son, right? Just wanted to point that out that, I'm fine doing that. I just wanted to say like, I'm so tired.
It would be
yeah.
moving forward.
Yeah, okay, I
But
just
then
wanted
we
to
would
make sure.
avoid all of those scenarios
Yeah.
that you mentioned. Yeah, it would certainly be, we would be moving forward. We wouldn't be doing anything that, for lack of a better word, Miles would be grandfathered in. Right?
So how would you like to see the language change? Because it seems like this is a pretty
Okay.
strict policy. What are you proposing?
I'm gonna read what my recommendations are. I recommend adoption of a strict no exception nepotism policy to promote fairness, impartiality, and public confidence in town operations. The policy should prohibit the employment of relatives within the same department and in any position where a relative would directly or indirectly supervise, influence, or have authority over another's relative's employment, including hiring, evaluation, promotion, discipline, compensation, or termination decisions.
So I think the way you wrote it is very clear with that.
Okay.
And then there's also the caveat that any relatives of council members are not eligible
Yes,
for
okay.
hire.
So so the way you wrote that, Ms. Campfield, is that a total ban?
It's
It may not.
it adheres to that in the fact that, so say you have a relative wanting to be in the police department and someone else wanting to be an administrator. Because the structure is set up the way it is, one person would report to the chief, one person would report to the town administrator, but there's not a conflict there. Because they're two separate departments, which is what your statement said.
Okay.
And then the writing that no council relatives, right? Because technically the council oversees every supervisor in the town. So that removes that conflict.
Okay.
Councilmember Dudley?
Yeah, I would say the way that I read page 162 checks all the boxes in your statement.
Can you share why the original version shared in the packet the first time is different from this one? The original version of the nepotism clause? I support this one, but I'm just curious why it changed.
I don't think it did change.
This packet?
This one is different than the one that you shared originally to say that you were gonna bring this forward.
Oh, that was probably me wordsmithing
Yeah,
and
so
changing things.
I had put in the packet the most recent employee handbook that was on the server, which I was reminded was not actually the most recent one that was adopted. And so I went off the most recent adopted one, sent it to Austin, and we bounced it back and forth, so that's why the changes like that. Based off of legal recommendation.
And I will say I might have some other nits coming later in the year. I just wasn't able to get to.
Councilmember Bailey? I discovered that on page 168, the definition of work week is different from on page 165. Which is section 5.04.
What were the two sections?
Sorry, now I have to find my note again. 168 has a definition of work week. And then 165, section 5.04.
Well, it's 5.04 talks about Sunday at 12:01 and Saturday, and then 168 right out again.
It's like Wednesday. Or
Yep,
something.
okay, so I just didn't update the second piece, but we did talking with Lorraine and the mayor, because the majority of our staff are PD and they're stacked front end of the week and back end of the week. For consistency's sake, instead of actually having to do payroll that encompasses 3 different calendar weeks in the care period, it's easier to do Sunday through Saturday.
Okay,
So I need to update this again.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
Are there other? Yeah, let's, Mayor Pro Tem.
Under 2.01, under the ethics code, it states violent. I didn't write down.
Page 150.
150, okay. It states violating the ethics code shall be considered a violation of the employee manual and subject to disciplinary actions. But what specific disciplinary actions are available or applicable for violations of the ethics code? I don't know what those are.
Yeah, this is one of my nits I want to change.
Very vague.
I want to change all the enforcement policies and put them into one section. And clearly lay that out. I just didn't have time to do it.
Okay.
So would it be best if we tabled this and brought it back with the rules of procedure so they aligned and it just passed all at one time?
Yeah, probably.
That was kind of our intention with bringing it up. So.
Okay.
But it'd be helpful maybe if you emailed all of your comments and questions and
But
say.
then, yeah, then we don't have, like, a lot of the times when you say it out loud, the conversation builds, right? If somebody says something and somebody else, that makes me think of this, and it helps substantiate what is. And then you also see if there's agreement at the table. But we're so close to getting through this and hearing everybody's thoughts. Councilmember Bailey?
There's also just some random inconsistencies I noticed, like some typos and like inconsistencies, like there's on page 186, the phone number there has like too many digits in it. And like, there's on page 182, I can send this to you.
Yeah, like those nits.
Nitpicky typo and
Any
stuff.
type
Yeah,
of stuff,
okay,
like
okay.
charity.
And when you say email, is that you, who email?
Send it to me. I
Okay.
will make all of those nitpicky changes before we start doing this.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
Okay.
Like on 182, it says Delta Vision, but then the website's VSP. Like that,
VSP,
that's under, VSP is something separate.
the VSP is all here.
Oh, but it said the insurance, it says Vision Insurance,
So-
Delta Vision.
So it's a combo
Oh.
between Delta Dental. It's a VSP vision insurance through Delta Dental that only Kaiser offers.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm not.
Yes.
So,
That is like
so
why.
that one's actually correct.
Okay, got it.
Councilmember Bailey, still a few more things, or are they all typos? And
Do you just want to send us?
Yeah, I can send this to you.
they're
Okay.
all typos. If they're not, if they're substantive, then let's get it out on the table.
One second. Maybe this guy is on last one, I can't remember. I put page numbers on, I don't know, it's still in the employee handbook or it's, you know. Oh, and like the effective date on the cover, is, like, that's the type of,
Yeah.
That's a good section. Oh, yes. Oh, like there's, so, it has, there's on page 198, it says like no representative of the town other than the mayor as authority to enter any employment, reading of employment.
Correct.
Okay,
That's the ceremonial hat,
got it, okay.
the party conservator. Meaning she has to be the signatory.
Got it. Okay, that's it, got it. Any other requests for changes to the employee handbook before we table it? Okay. So any typos, email to the clerk. If anybody has any of those non-substantive things, and she'll take care of that. And then we need a motion to table this to the next meeting.
Yeah, so it'd be actually a motion to continue until
Continue.
to.
Second. Is that right? Are you sure?
I'm not sure if I'd be able to rewrite all the enforcement provisions by then.
Yeah,
So I think I need like a solid day to do it.
yeah.
Would that be the 9th then?
Yeah, I can do it by then. But if we want to take the rules. And the handbook together.
I really want the rules to be passed on the second.
Can still do it. It'll just be a little bit of a.
Then they'll come back again with some additional changes that are gonna take you more like a day.
For the handbook?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so. Cause I want to rewrite the entire enforcement, so.
right. So just in terms of his time and efficiency, how do you guys want to do it?
I'm still pushing for the second for rules and procedures.
Okay.
That's a given, but this is this question.
I don't know. You're going to the ninth, just so it makes more sense for you every time to rewrite it. So.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so the
All right.
motion to continue is to the 9th. The continue the employee handbook, adoption is to the 9th. We have a motion,
Second.
or I need a motion.
So moved.
In a second,
Second.
all in favor say yes,
Yes.
all opposed say no. Motion, did you say no? Thank you. We are on agenda item number 16, which does not need a motion. And I'm just gonna give the floor to our town attorney and Ms. Campfield to talk about the MVCC calendar update.
So I think the only change here was the time. Instead of starting early at 5:30, we'd start at 6:30 like our regular meeting based off council's prior directive. And so this is also starting very quickly. So just to let council know that that starts on the 9th. That's gonna take some time out of your meetings.
I thought council's direction was to take the work sessions and put them on the workshop dates.
I remember the discussion with that too.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to change all the dates to the workshop dates, so how that be the first hour of the workshops.
It's.
So that means that your first overview is gonna be done the second, for the first hour. And then we're going to have certified.
It has to be the next workshop.
So we're gonna start everything. In the 9th of March.
Which would mean we're not gonna meet the affordable housing deadline to get it to DOLA.
Can we still do the second, the 9th? As the first hour of that, in February 9th,
Yeah, I mean, you can, what if we,
and then go to the workshop after
okay,
that,
that's fine.
or
So the deadline that he mentioned was the fast track policy for DOLA, that's an extra $45,000. Essentially, up to 45,000 in grant money if we do fast track for a PowerPoint demonstration. So now we're kind of juggling two different timelines here.
What does staff recommend? I guess it would be. Set it up the way it is now.
No, I mean, my recommendation was to set it up as you had before, an hour before the meeting. Because you're gonna get burnt out, like you don't wanna be making these, you're gonna push all your meetings an hour
But if we're
later.
doing that at the first hour of the meeting, you're so kind of safeguarding them a little bit, right?
It's a double-edged sword because now you're cutting into the governance decision-making time to do the land use split up.
And honestly, I think if you cut work sessions, which was also kind of discussed at the last meeting, but we weren't sure if that was the direction, I think there's gonna be pushback. Because I think folks are gonna say like, wait, we just understood what this process was, and then you're not gonna talk about it ever again until we get to final adoption. And that's what will happen. If we cut any workshops down. So it's obviously completely up to council, having done this in dozens of communities. I recommend it the way I did based off that experience.
I think it was just the timing was really hard for.
But I mean, not to fight back, it's a council decision. I think 11:15 is really hard for folks too.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
fair.
but I mean, if you're trying to get resident involvement, you know, and they're not able to show up at 6:30 and then we're done talking about it. You know what I mean? That's the other thing too.
Could we trial that? And then if
Yeah.
it doesn't work, we can move it?
Yeah, of course.
All right, so
Trial what?
trial the 5:30 and see what kind of public participation we're able to get, because we know that we have consistent residents both on Zoom and in-house, and
I think also this could be a lot of opportunity for community involvement in terms of having separate Zoom links for just the MVCC code project versus the meeting. So if they wanted to have a place to go to get that information and not watch the entire council meeting, you can separate that out and give information to them.
And just the way that our community member in their public comment today talked about it, having it be on the website in a different, more visible way. I mean, this is a community member who's just newly engaged, and she's coming and saying, this is urgent to me. And so the original plan to have them start at 5:30 is really about the urgency of the project.
Without having to push a bunch of other stuff.
Right.
I know this might be a heavy lift. He's not on it. But we have staff that could probably do some high level minutes of these projects, go along with the link. If they don't want to have to watch the whole thing, they can have some sort of minutes to go to reference what was discussed. So that gives another opportunity to get information out to people.
Summary.
So I guess it'd be helpful just to get like a raise of hands of going back to how it was before, how it was noticed. So we'd be doing 5:30 to 6:30 on the original schedule.
Wait, can you?
It's the same dates, just starting. at
Exactly.
5:30.
There was a discrepancy in the date also, I noticed, like, so you have like,
Wasn't it? No, I don't think we changed. We
I
changed
didn't
the
change
dates.
any date.
cause there was like supposed to be a work session on 3/9 and then 4/20, but there's, 3/9 is like this, is like the, or sorry, 3/2 or 3/16. Because 16, there's something weird with that I was looking at the days in the calendar and there's like, because there's like a meeting, the 9th is the second Monday of the month. March 9th? Yeah, 3/9, yeah.
I think we did have to move like one. Was it the March one? I can't remember why. It was
There was one we had to move.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
so
that
you
town?
had,
Yeah,
yeah, you
that's
have been
town.
out of town.
Yeah.
We had to move it after. So if we're going to find what's on the website right now, I think the website shows 2/9 and then 3/9 and then 4/20.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's these.
Yeah, yeah,
So-
2/9, 3/9, 4/20.
Well, because it looked like you were trying to do the first hour of the regular meeting, but then the 3/9 date should be 3/16 if that's the case. See my point?
But it's
On the
because,
calendar.
it's because the meetings in March got shifted.
Right, no,
Right, 'cause
but,
I'm done.
You're right, because the town attorney's out of town on the 16th.
oh,
So March meetings are March 2nd and March 9th. Or do we have a meeting on Monday? We just go to March 9th.
Oh, like the bullshit. I think it was just a function, actually.
Yeah,
It is, it's just.
yeah, we just combined in March, there's no.
Because we have three.
Yeah, right, so, yes.
Okay, so it sounds like we're good to move back to the original schedule. This is gonna come at you at the next meeting. I'm actually very excited to get started. I hope all of you are excited. We're gonna jump in. We'll keep to the schedule as best we can, and that will help us not only move this project in an organized way, but also help us meet some of the DOLA grant issues.
Okay, great.
Are we
5:30 on the ninth?
Yep.
What's on the website currently for time?
5:30. We didn't change it officially, but.
And then
What's that mean?
as far as, is there any materials, Austin, that you have to help council prepare?
Yep, you'll be getting them before the meetings. I just didn't want to send them until we had confirmation on the schedule. So I'll be giving you sort of what we'll be going over at each work session with sort of areas that I suggest you focus in on and questions I'll be asking you in the meeting that I'll need direction on in that meeting.
Okay,
All right.
all right. There being no further business tonight, may I hear a motion to adjourn?
I moved to adjourn.
Second.
We are hereby adjourned at 11:20 p.m. Thank you.